బారిన పడి ప్రాణాలతో పోరాడుతున్న పేషెంట్లకు మనోధైర్యం చేకూరుస్తూ ఉపశమనం అందిస్తున్న స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్. బాధితులను ఆత్మీయ స్పర్శతో హక్కును చేర్చుకుని ఆశ్రయం కల్పిస్తున్న స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్ సేవలను ఎక్కువ మంది వినియోగించుకునేలా మనం ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. అలాగే పెద్ద మనసుతో వారిని చేతులందిద్దాం. స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్, యాడింగ్ లైఫ్ టు లివింగ్. డొనేషన్స్ కి సంప్రదించండి.
Wake up to new aspirations. Shake hands with the world with an unflinching zeal. Driven by a vision that's futuristic and unparalleled. NCC Urban epitomizes the very essence of redefining urban lifestyles. Powered by rich heritage. We have spread our wings pan-India and global, and in the process created a niche brand name synonymous with landmark projects. Fueling constructions that have redefined urban landscapes across India. Our projects across India reflect magnitude, grandeur, eco-friendly environments, and engineering excellence. From inception to completion of the project, NCC Urban takes the utmost care and has a proven track record of delivering benchmark marvels with top-notch quality and world-class amenities. NCC Urban is one of the most preferred destinations for customers because of our stringent, superior quality compliance. Transparent documentation, on-time project completion, and uncompromised business ethics.
NCC Urban provides futuristic home with world-class amenities that makes NCC Urban way ahead of the rest. In general, dealing with builders in India is an absolute nightmare. However, owning a home with NCC Urban has been both transparent and hassle-free. I'm glad you made the right choice.
NCC Urban is a very vibrant environment with wonderful amenities.
NCC is a great place to maintain a healthy work-life balance. Life at NCC Urban is great. It
Our upcoming projects are aimed to set new benchmarks for the future projects to come. And engineering that's inspiring, touching and enabling millions of smiles. Live it up right here with NCC Urban.
NCC Urban offers a vibrant environment to all its residents. Life is awesome.
We are one of India's largest and most admired real estate players. We are NCC Urban Infrastructure Limited, shaping urban lifestyle.
Maha Cement, India's most promising brand.
Mahacement, 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 Mahacement.
Maha Cement, India's most promising brand.
మరణం అనివార్యమైన క్యాన్సర్ పేషెంట్లకు ప్రశాంతమైన ఆశ్రయమిచ్చి కౌన్సిలింగ్ మెడిసిన్స్ అందిస్తూ ఆధ్యాత్మిక ఆహ్లాదకరమైన వాతావరణం మధ్య వారి కుటుంబ సభ్యులతో సంతోషంగా గడిపే వీలు కలిగిస్తూ మరణం వరకు ఉపశమనం కలిగించే సేవలను ఉచితంగా అందిస్తోంది స్పర్శో స్పైస్, యాడింగ్ లైఫ్ టు లివింగ్.
క్యాన్సర్ బారిన పడి ప్రాణాలతో పోరాడుతున్న పేషెంట్లకు మనోధైర్యం చేకూరుస్తూ ఉపశమనం అందిస్తున్న స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్. బాధితులను ఆత్మీయ స్పర్శతో హక్కును చేర్చుకుని ఆశ్రయం కల్పిస్తున్న స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్ సేవలను ఎక్కువ మంది వినియోగించుకునేలా మనం అంత ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. అలాగే పెద్ద మనసుతో వారికి చేయూతను అందిద్దాం.
డొనేషన్స్ కై సంప్రదించండి.
ಇದು ಚೌ ಬಾತಲ್ಲ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಕರಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ತರಿಸು.
ನಳಿನಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ನೀನು ಈ ಹೋಟ್ಲನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಜನರು ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಲೂ ನೀನು ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಯಾಕೆ ಊಟ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತಿ?
ಸಂಜೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಏನು ರುಚಿ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಇವನ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾದೂ ಇದೆ.
ಜಾದು ಇರೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸರಿ, ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಊಟದ ಡಬ್ಬ 2 ಕಳಿಸ್ಲಾ?
ಕಳಿಸಿ.
ಮನೆ ಊಟನೇ. ಫಾರ್ಚೂನ್ ಸನ್ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಆಯಿಲ್.
Introducing QNet, a company dedicated to helping you break free of the past and start living. With more than 30 different brands sourced from around the world, QNet gives you the opportunity to pursue your passion, to follow your dreams, and start living again. Our products are tested and certified internationally to ensure that you get the highest quality products and services that help you and your family live better lives.
ഇത് നെയ്യപ്പല്ല, നെയ്യാ. എന്റെ വായിൽ ഇത് അലിയുന്നു. ഒരു പ്ലേറ്റ് കൂടെ ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യേ. നീ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം ഈ റെസ്റ്റോറന്റ് വളരെ ഫേമസ് ആയി. ഇവിടുത്തെ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി എവിടെ നിന്നൊക്കെയോ ആൾക്കാർ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്നാലും ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രം എനിക്ക് പിടി കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. നീ എന്താ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കുന്നത്?
വൈകിട്ട് വീട്ടിലേക്ക് വാ, ഞാൻ പറയാം.
എന്തൊരു ടേസ്റ്റ് അമ്മേ. ഇവന് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക കൈപുണ്യമുണ്ട്.
കൈപുണ്യമുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എനിക്കല്ല, അമ്മയ്ക്കാണെന്ന് മാത്രം.
അപ്പൊ നാളെ മുതൽ 2 ലഞ്ച് ബോക്സ് പാക്ക് ചെയ്യാമല്ലേ?
ആയിക്കോട്ടെ. വീട്ടിലെ ഭക്ഷണത്തിന്റെ സ്വാദൊന്നും വേറെ തന്നെയാണ്. ഫോർച്യൂൺ സൺഫ്ലവർ ഓയിൽ.
Welcome home. A home as beautiful as your lovely smile and energetic as your fluttering heart. A place inspired by you, where everything is designed and crafted, keeping your each and every requirement in mind. Welcome to Raj Pushpa Atria, a home that touches the heart. Let your soul discover the joy of wide driveways and enchanting landscape. Surrounded by lush greenery, Raj Pushpa Atria is nestled in the most premium and sought-after location of Hyderabad. Let the sun shine on you and let the gentle breeze elevate you to a world far away from the ordinary. Live the fabulous life. Luxurious and spacious apartments designed to perfection. Special attention has been given to ensure privacy and free-flowing space so that every apartment looks out to an open view. Every corner and nook whispers the song of immense passion and care put into the creation of these 1,103 heavenly bodies. The positive energy of the place nourishes the body and soul. Unwind in style at the state-of-the-art clubhouse.
To be the voice of Indian industry and to address issues that affect the economy. We listen. We listen to issues and concerns, ideas and suggestions of our members from Indian industry, which we represent to the government and which we use to facilitate B2B engagement with the rest of domestic and global industry. We analyze, using our exhaustive knowledge papers and extensive research, through 70 sector-specific committees and through flagship events relating to education, health, power, infrastructure, capital markets, and entertainment, among others, we study and analyze trends. We influence through sessions with the Prime Minister and the President, and with ministers for finance, commerce, external affairs, and with other ministers in the central and state governments, and through our engagement at global forums, we influence the implementation of ideas and policies that can work. We connect. We connect business opportunities with areas of need, helping Indian industry to grow. We facilitate the industry's engagement with civil society and organize relief work when necessary. With presence across the board, at home and overseas, employing our focused and vast knowledge base, we help create conditions that enable Indian industry to compete, not just domestically, but also on a global level. Our members enjoy benefits of our association with global business networks, parliamentarians, and think tanks. At the same time, we promote foreign investment in India and are the first reference point for prospective foreign investors. Across businesses and across social initiatives that promote ideas of sustainable growth, FICCI is a platform from which to launch ideas for change and development. As it is with every great idea, it's the people at FICCI that make it work by being always ready to face new challenges, forging ahead, charting new paths.
one dream. One legacy. One pilgrimage. One world.
Good evening, Amsterdam. Good evening, Dubai. Good evening, Yorkshire. Good evening, Bangkok. It's very nice to see you all. Thank you, Toronto, for all the love, and more love.
Welcome to IIFA!
The International Indian Film Academy. IIFA, as it's more popularly known, was created to take Bollywood to the world. And our mission was clear: to celebrate and showcase the Indian film industry and honor legends for their accomplishments.
I feel I still have a lifetime ahead of me and miles to go before I sleep.
इस मोमेंट ने मुझे बहुत इमोशनल हो गया हूँ मैं भाइयों. He's the best.
Thank you for giving me so much love that I don't miss my parents anymore.
If someone like me can get this far, then impossible is nothing. Dream on, guys.
This is a fascinating award to win.
Over the years, IIFA has exploded into a 3-day weekend of non-stop action and entertainment. IIFA Rocks is a unique culmination of fashion and music that truly lives up to its name. Celeb outings and interactions make it an unforgettable experience for fans in the city. Film screenings give Indian cinema the platform it deserves to be showcased to the world. Workshops bring together Indian and international stars to share knowledge and experiences. The green carpet leaves most red carpet events in the shade with its glitz and glamour overdrive. Weekend with the Stars is a televised show that features film stars indulging in a host of activities that highlight the destination. And then there's the jewel in our crown. The one and only IIFA Awards.
There have been awards and awards and awards and so many awards. But this is one award that the whole film fraternity looks forward to.
This star-studded extravaganza is the most keenly awaited and coveted award of the Indian film industry.
I think I'm living a dream.
May the magic of IIFA go on for decades and decades more, and hopefully I'll be a part of it too.
This definitely makes me feel like I'm definitely on the right path.
Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, this is just the beginning.
IIFA brings the biggest Indian and international film stars together on the same stage.
Namaste, India. Vallam.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love you, India. I love your people.
I believe in IIFA's vision, one people, one world.
I am bowled over tonight by the sheer power of the Indian films across the globe.
With our vision of building bridges between countries, communities, cultures, and businesses, to one people, one world. environmental and charity initiatives. Help us to do our part and give back to the world. Global media loves IIFA, following us everywhere we go.
From the shores of Mumbai to the lakes of Toronto, Bollywood's biggest stars are in Canada.
It's not just an award ceremony. The event is a cross between the Oscars and Cannes, with music workshops, fashion shows and film premieres.
The first time in the event's 15-year history that the Indian Film Academy has gathered in the United States.
The three-day extravaganza draws the top movie stars of Bollywood, as well as several Hollywood stars.
It's absolutely magical.
This is the IIFA.
With press conferences, media briefings, and green carpets galore, we ensure that the media always has more than enough lights, camera, action. Social media keeps the fans all over the world connected, no matter where we are. With record-breaking activities online, IIFA creates unrivaled media presence and visibility for both sponsors and hosts. Helps raise the profile of the host destination, especially among global South Asians who form 17% of the world's population. No wonder then, that has emerged as one of the most unique and powerful ways for a destination to market itself.
We are very happy that this IIFA event is being held in Malaysia.
The number of visitors from India almost doubled compared to the same period last year.
We in Singapore feel very proud to host this incredible event.
IIFA has made an excellent choice to bring this event to Amsterdam.
The whole weekend has been a celebration of the astounding creativity and global reach of Indian cinema.
We welcome you with open arms to see our land, meet our people, and share our story.
Welcome to the greatest city in America. This is Tampa.
It's not surprising that over its 15-year journey, IIFA remains the only Indian media property that is hotly contested with international bids every year.
We very much enjoyed working with IIFA to bring the awards to Ontario. And if it's possible for you to host the IIFA Awards, I highly recommend that you seize that wonderful and rare opportunity. It is quite simply magical.
So hop on board with IIFA and get ready to thrill the world.
Wake up to new aspirations. Shake hands with the world with an unflinching zeal. Driven by a vision that's futuristic and unparalleled. NCC Urban epitomizes the very essence of redefining urban lifestyles. Powered by rich parentage. We have spread our wings pan-India and globally, and in the process created a niche brand name synonymous with landmark projects fueling constructions that have redefined urban landscapes across India. Our projects across India reflect magnitude, grandeur, eco-friendly environs, and engineering excellence.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shilpa.
From
Nandani,
inception
and let
to
me take the pleasure of extending a very warm welcome to you all to the FICCI-IIFA Media and Entertainment Business Conclave 2016. Before we move forward, may I please request one and all to kindly put their mobile phones in silent mode. This will really help us for a seamless flow. Thank you very much. Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and International Indian Film Academy have always been committed to supporting the cause of the Indian media and entertainment sector for more than 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. The Media and Entertainment Business Conclave was a unique initiative started by FICCI in the year 2009 to fulfill the South Indian industry's long-standing demand for conclave, focusing world attention on the rich potential of the southern entertainment market. The conclave has now become a successful and fruitful amalgamation of the creative arts in the past 3 years. The entire gamut of the entertainment industry, from films, television, music, print, animation, gaming, and technology areas such as broadband and convergence have been covered in the past conclave editions. MEBC is the most ideal platform for the Indian entertainment industry for sharing of knowledge and ideas with eminent personalities and renowned experts drawn from different parts of the globe, and FICCI-IIFA Media and Entertainment Business Conclave 2016 promises to be just that, ladies and gentlemen. To commence the inaugural session, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, IT, Government of Telangana. Can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Ranjan, for joining us. Mr. Ravi Koturakara, Secretary, Film Federation of India. Thank you for joining us, sir. I'd also like to take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Sabas Joseph, Director, IIFA and Viscraft International on stage. Ms. Sangeeta Reddy, Chairperson, FICCI Telangana and AP State Council, and Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Limited. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. May we also invite Shri D. Suresh Babu, Convener, FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee, Telangana and AP, and Managing Director, Suresh Productions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also delighted to have with us Mr. Ramesh Sippy, Co-Chair, FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee. So please join us on stage and thank you for joining us. And may we also invite Mr. Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, Chairman, FICCI Film Forum. Thank you for joining us, sir. At this point, may I request the dignitaries to kindly step forward and light the ceremonial lamp and commence the FICCI-IIFA Media and Entertainment Business Conclave. Can we also request Mr. K. Rao, Director, to please join us for lamp lighting? Lighting of the lamp marks the auspicious beginning of any occasion. It signifies the arrival of light and dismissal of darkness. Light is what makes us see things clearly and make things possible. hand over the mic to Mr. Ravi Kotrakara, Secretary, Film Federation of India.
Good morning. I have to first share a small sad news. The famous artist Kalpana, who's acted in more than 100 films in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, passed away an hour ago. She had a massive heart attack. In fact, she was with us in IIFA yesterday. She was a part of IIFA. And she has done more than 100 films. She has won national awards, a lot of awards. In fact, she could be placed in any character. She could do any character in the film industry. She has got two sisters, Urvashi and Kalaranjani, who are also in the film industry. I kindly request everyone to stand up for 1 minute. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence the event, may I request Mrs. Abbas Joseph, Director, IIFA and Wizcraft Intelligence.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, friends from the media and entertainment business of India. The IIFAs began in the year 2000, really continuing the journey of Indian cinema as it powers its way across the world. The IIFAs began with a simple vision or a simple plan to really go out across the world and share India's story. We wanted to promote Indian films, and with that, we said, let us take our films to where the fans are. The fans can't come here, but let us take our stars, take our directors and our films to where the stars are, where the fans are. In that one simple decision, unfolded what we believe is a vision to connect communities, to connect nations, to connect businesses, and to connect cinemas. And that journey began in the year 2000. In the year 2000, the collections from international markets for Hindi cinema was a fraction of what it is today from the international markets. Today, there are Hindi filmmakers who make a film keeping in mind only international markets. That's how much Hindi films have managed to power their way across international markets. And really what unfolded in all of that was an opportunity to connect markets, an opportunity for film tourism, an opportunity for all of it. Today, humbly, we stand before you, having learned with One Cinema, we now would like to work along with you to take our South Indian cinema across the world. So today really is just that beginning. And I thank all of you for being here with us and for supporting us in this vision of ours. At the heart of this vision, as we traveled across the world, we found to every country that we went to, there were a few things that happened. Tourism to that country grew by anything from 25% to a phenomenal 102%. Interestingly, room nights grew dramatically. Also what happened co-production treaties were signed between those countries, between those destinations. Also interestingly, treaties were signed between distributors. Co-productions were formed, and Indian films began to be showcased in cinemas on Leicester Street, in a place like South Africa where Indian films were not being released, in Amsterdam where prior to the IIFAs, there was no Indian film released in the Netherlands. So it's an interesting journey where you've seen Indian films going and being placed. The first Madame Tussauds statue by any Indian film star was announced at the first IIFA. Today, there are about 10 Indian stars who've been immortalized in wax at Madame Tussauds. And Madame Tussauds' biggest visitation that they experience is for the Indian film star selection. So it's so interesting that today Madame Tussauds is looking at setting up its own destination out here in Delhi, only based on India, Madame Tussauds India. So really what has happened is that we managed to bring people together, bring communities together, and in all of that, we managed to showcase India as a power and managed to turn the focus of the world on India. And we'd like to do that, this time with a special focus, turning the world's attention on South India. At the heart of all these relationships and community building, we found that the one thing that stays on, the IIFAs come in a country, 3 days, grand extravaganza, fantastic partying, glamour with all the stars and all the media turning its attention, and that goes away. But what really stayed on in every country is business. Business connectivity, business relationships, and we found Indian businesses investing in the countries and the destinations where IIFA has been held more than ever before. So Indian investments every year after an IIFA grew by about 25% to 35%. And investment from that country to India also grew. Films from India began to be made in those countries. Film tourism began to grow. Film distribution began to grow. So this really has been the heart and the fun of being part of a journey and part of taking Indian cinema across the world. We managed to bring people closer together. One people, one world. When we look at Hyderabad and we look at Telangana, we see a very different opportunity. We see Telangana as already an IT hub. You know more about it than anyone needs to say. You have an open-minded, committed government, committed to being able to do things. And in the last 6 months as we worked with the government of Telangana, I can say on oath that it's a can-do this government. I want to do this government. And this is rare for us as you work across the world, as you work in India, across states. Rarely do you find state governments that really go out of their way to engage, commit themselves, and try to make a difference. And we've got that in Telangana. You have an educated workforce. You've got capital, investment capital that is local, that wants to invest in the market, wants to make a difference. You have a positive framework for policy and a plan for implementation, and we've seen that come through in the case of the IIFAs. We have the opportunity of creating out here an entertainment hub. The power in the emerging world that we see is going to come from technology. It's going to come from broadband connectivity, which we're going to get with our 4G networks, and creative minds adapting to new technology, all of which is apparent and relevant to an educated workforce that is being powered by IT in Telangana. The new forms of entertainment that we see coming through, and I think Telangana has an opportunity to be that powerhouse, is in entertainment, VR, virtual reality, 3D technology. Today, we bring the South Indian industries together. Tomorrow, we at IIFA are focused on bridging India's entertainment creators, bringing all of them together on one platform, irrespective of language, across the country. We'd like to bring Asia's film creators, entertainment creators, to Telangana. And more than anything else, we'd like you to believe in your dreams, believe in our dreams. IIFA Utsavam, here, impossible is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for sharing with us of how IIFA, at the heart of IIFA, is all about bridging various media and entertainment genres. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Ms. Sangeeta Reddy, allow me a couple of moments to share something about her. For almost 2 decades since as Executive Director Operations, she's headed in every department of the hospital, Apollo Hospital, and led the human resource portfolio. She's been pivotal in directing operations for the entire Apollo hospitals, and under her able stewardship, Apollo Hospitals in Hyderabad emerged as Asia's first health city. She has received the Young Manager of the Year award from the Hyderabad Management Association, and in the year 2005-2006, she was also awarded the Top Woman Entrepreneur in Andhra Pradesh. I would now request Ms. Sangeeta Reddy to deliver the welcome address.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What a pleasure it is to be amongst you today. I'm probably someone who's most distant from your sector, but I think there is no one in the country and almost in the world who's distant from your sector, because everyone loves the movies and everyone wants to be entertained. So good morning and welcome to this truly wonderful program. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to express our extreme pleasure at not just having the MEBC program in Hyderabad, but also the fact that we have this really strategic alliance with IIFA. IIFA, which has truly become the iconic award and referred to as the Oscars of the Indian cinema sector, is become a brand name and everybody covets this award. So it's a great partnership and we look forward to more. I would like to especially call out and welcome the tremendous people who are here with us today. Mr. Ramesh Sippy, who to all of you and to many of the world need no introduction, but this is my public moment to acknowledge his tremendous movie that all of us grew up with, Sholay, which is unforgettable. Mr. Sippy, you are a legend. Welcome. Mr. Suresh Babu, who is the convener of the FICCI, MEBC, Telangana and AP, a very illustrious son of an outstanding father who is so well remembered in the sector. Suresh, thank you for all the work you've done to put this program together. Mr. Rakshay Om Prakash Mehra, Chairman of the FICCI Film Forum, thank you for your presence and we look forward to your keynote address. Mr. Ravi Kottarakara, thank you for being here. Of course, Subhash Joseph, you gave us this outstanding image of IIFA, and I think that today, tomorrow, of movies is really tied up with IIFA's success. Every part of the globe has been touched by you. I think as a sector, as well as a city and a state, we are extremely privileged to have, not only in our midst, but even in the leadership role, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, our Secretary for IT, and the fact that IT is so much impacting the sector, but also that Mr. Ranjan is so much impacting the entire country and the state. Thank you, Jayesh, for being here with us and for all the support. Very few brief words. The movie industry or the entertainment industry is known to so many for the glamour, for the beauty, for what you create, for the entertainment. You make us sing, you make us dance, you make us cry, you make us laugh. But the fact that it's highly scientific, very management-oriented, and a lot of tough work is something that I got to know only over the last few years when my family has now got associated with the doyen in the movie industry, Mr. Chiranjeevi and Ram Charan. I have the pleasure of having my niece married to Ram Charan, and we see from up close. Yesterday was the large family lunch, and Charan ate nothing. He said, no, I have the IIFA dance tomorrow. I need to be disciplined. It is that discipline, that sincerity, and that dedication which has brought the sector to what it is today, which is not only world-class, which is not only moving the masses and the world, but I think significantly also, 1,024 billion rupees is the size of the media and entertainment sector. This is huge. This is what's making captains of industry across the world sit up and say, okay, we need to figure out what this Indian movie business is doing. There's something fantastic going over there. Hollywood is looking at you. The IT sector is looking at you. And the merger of IT with animation, gamification, with entertainment is truly significant. So I just want to wish the sector the very best, commit on behalf of FICCI that we will do whatever we can to help in the furthering of the sector. I had a very interesting but brief conversation with Mr. Sippy about the problems of piracy and the fact that the value that you create is not appropriately captured by the people who create that value. So to the seniors of the industry who are sitting here today, many of you, I'll call out specifically a few, Mr. Raghavendra Rao, Mr. Allu, Arvind, of course, Nagarjuna, who makes many hearts beat, and all the others, many of you who are here, let me commit that whatever the industry can do to scientifically and methodically work with the government as well as individuals to ensure that piracy is reduced and the cinema sector itself grows and develops is something that on behalf of FICCI, I will commit myself to do. I also would like to add that there's something extremely commendable about the sector, and that is the togetherness or the oneness that you all have. I've witnessed it very often when we've had patients at the hospital from the sector. Whether it's a set boy or a stuntman or a major hero or a producer, the industry comes together. They call upon him, they ring us up and say, please make sure you're taking care. They call and say, don't worry about the bills. The way you take care of your own is something which is really commendable. This is the first time I think I'm addressing a movie audience, so I wanted to spread this word and say that it's really admirable. Keep that up. It is one of your biggest strengths, and may your sector grow from strength to strength. And as a very last request, the hold that you have on people is incredible. The power of social messaging is so important, and the fact that healthcare needs your might as well. So besides FICCI, let me ask on behalf of Apollo Hospitals and the healthcare sector, help us create a healthy India, give us more health-related movies, because you are the ones that really make things happen. Everybody knows that today India has eradicated polio, and a lot of credit for that really goes to Amitabh Bachchan for lending his name, his voice, his image, and his credibility to that campaign. I look forward to seeing more stars doing a similar thing, because so much of healthcare's problems today are preventable and related to lifestyle. With that, let me wish the conference the very best. Tell each and every one of you that there is a lot to be discussed. There's tremendous change around the corner with the animation and the IT industry really sharing the stage with media and entertainment. So let's wish you all a wonderful day today, very productive, very creative, and very growth-oriented. Thank you so much on behalf of FICCI.
Thank you very much for your wishes, ma'am. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. D. Suresh Babu, convener, FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee, Telangana and AP, and Managing Director, Suresh Productions. I'm just going to take a few moments to share something about you, sir. He is the Managing Director, Suresh Productions. He was instrumental in shifting the Telugu film industry to Hyderabad. Having produced several successful feature films, he continues to add to his growing repertoire. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Suresh Production produces an average of 5 to 7 films in a year with an astounding 80% success rate, an absolute rarity in such a dynamic industry. May we please welcome him with a round of applause as I request him to address the gathering.
Morning, all this is a little extra. It's making 5 films and all that's not happening these days. To all the dignitaries on the stage and to all the guests who are here, a very warm welcome from FICCI. I've been given this little difficult task of talking about FICCI's most ambitious program about skilling India. The media and entertainment sector, we have a skills council now. I'll just go through this because it's one of the most important things that is needed to make our industry world standard. History teaches us one lesson more clearly than others. Big changes happen silently, at least to start with. A transformation has already begun in the skilling space. It's too early to call it a revolution, but I see signs of one taking shape. For instance, the FICCI Incubated Media Entertainment Skills Council under the chairmanship of Dr. Kamal Hassan was started in 2012. It started with a mission to bridge the skill gap in the sector by the consortium of the industry. Let's look at the biggest challenges that we have in the skilling. In the initial years of skilling, we were mainly focused on the supply side, that is creating the physical and the institutional infrastructure. In the second phase, we will see greater involvement of the end user industry. Being a member of this media and entertainment sector, I can proudly say that we have mobilized the demand side to talk and to lead on skills. MEAC has a mandate to create a pool of about 11.75 lakh jobs of quality skilled workers over a period of 10 years in the 7 key subsectors of the media and entertainment business. We've already developed over 1,000 standards for specific job roles. We have 2 major challenges though. One is the resistance for hiring skilled people in the place of casual hirers, which is what we normally do now. And the second one is paying the right wage for the same. Neither of these challenges can be met unless the industry has a buy-in. This can happen only with patient and persistent advocacy. The traditional brick and mortar model of skilling ecosystem is not conducive to be scaled up anymore. We have to use technology for mobilization, testing aptitudes, delivering course contents, assessment, certification, and placements. For the skilling mission to succeed, it must become a national movement. It must go beyond just being a government deliverable to become a people's movement, just like what happened in the freedom struggle, which caught the imagination of all Indians, and then we are here to benefit from the results of that. The skills sector in India is grappling with trainer shortage at every level in both quality and quantity. MEAC has developed, validated, and launched a national occupation standard benchmarks for 74 job roles with involvement of approximately 500 experts across the media and entertainment space. Increasing skilling is very important for a country like India, where we have abundant young population. Moreover, today occupational patterns are changing, new jobs, new titles, job enlargements, job enrichments, and a new flexible work arrangements are all emerging. Employment demands are shifting towards higher skilled categories. Media and MEAC has affiliated 20 partners with leading schools in this sector and has opened 158 centers under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. The enrollment is about 8,000 candidates so far, and we are expected to certify 5,000 of them across various job roles very soon. We have training partners present in 15 states now, and this will just keep increasing very soon. We've already conducted 20 train-the-trainer workshops by industry experts, especially in animation, hairstyling, makeup, editing, visual effects, sound, and we've trained about 200 trainers across the country. This has been a successful model to bridge the gap between the trainer and the training needs, and thereby improving the quality of the trainees and students. And this will continue. Recently, the MEC board has decided to move ahead with 2 immediate initiatives. We are planning to set up a National Center for Excellence for Film and Television courses in Hyderabad, for which an expression of interest will be soon floated for a PPP or a BOT model. Secondly, we've signed up with an MOU with the Andhra Pradesh government for setting up regional offices for advocacy and for affiliations. A majority of the vocational and technical courses offered in India require educational qualifications for entry. For instance, to get admission in an ITI, you have to have a 10-year education. This kind of entry requirement makes it detrimental for learners who do not have the necessary entry-level qualifications. This may be more acute in cases of women in rural communities that already face traditional barriers when it comes to education. The alternative is recognition of prior learning, RPL as we call it, which is a platform to provide recognition to the informal learning or learning through work to get equal acceptance as the formal levels of education. This gives due importance to learning as an outcome rather than learning as a process. MEC did a major breakthrough engaging the confidence of the active associations and unions and signed an MOU with the president of the All India Film Employees Confederation by conducting the first recognition of prior learning assessments in Chennai with employees of the South Indian Film Employees Association for makeup and dubbing artists. We plan to mobilize 17,000 film employees across the country, and Telugu is also included in that. The need for concerted effort to create an ecosystem that assigns dignity to vocational education is a must. This will go a long way in addressing the current aspiration mismatch, which everyone aspires for qualification. But qualifications alone don't lead to jobs. A massive campaign is therefore required to ensure that youth in India take up vocational education and technical training as a serious career and not as a chance. We are aware that the Ministry of Skills and Development and Entrepreneurship is the process of launching this campaign, but as an industry, we must support this initiative. The skilling change is further magnified by the fact that 70% of India is from rural and tribal India. The scale and speed at which action must be taken in this regard makes this one of the great opportunities for private players. The need of the hour is to synergize the efforts and resources to provide a feasible platform for vocational education and skill development. The ideal way forward will be to seek partnerships that will strengthen the process of quality and inclusive education. Many in the industry feel that there are not many growth opportunities in India, but I'm extremely delighted to be in an industry where it is growing and the investment opportunity and the returns in respect to the well-being of the society would far outweigh the financial outcomes. The sector is projected to grow at about 14%. So let's all together make India a skilled nation, and that's what will be great for this country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we do wish the entire film industry all the very best so that it can grow by leaps and bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst us is an individual who gave us a legendary film that even till date brings a smile on our faces and tears in our eyes. A film that encapsulated variety of emotions and relationships. A film which was made in 1975, went on to become the biggest hit for Indian Hindi cinema. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ramesh Sippy. So may I please request you to address the gathering.
First time I brought some papers with me. Supposed to be an officious gathering. Let me start by saying that I'm very, very happy to be here. It's great that the regional and the Hindi cinema are together, making waves, moving ahead, and sitting down together to sort out all the problems facing the industry. A film like Bahubali joining the ranks of the highest grossers in the country is so heartening. It's a pat for your industry here, and I would like to raise I would like a little. If Sholay could do something for Hindi cinema, Bahubali is now here to say, we are very much there as well. Wonderful. I think together we can all do a lot more. Individually, we will always continue to do what we are doing. But for the sake of business, of course, always the content must keep improving, the quality of content presentation. Now it's going global, and our own people all over the world are seeing our product against the product of the West, and we should not get into a position where we are behind anybody. We have to catch up, and there's a lot of catching up to do. Technology is with us, helping us. But as I was speaking to this lovely lady earlier, and we were talking about piracy. Technology has come to a point where it tells us figures at the fingertips what's happening everywhere in the world with our business. Why is it not able to find that invention or invent that app, whatever you call it, that can instantly tell us where we're being pirated, who's watching, and why is he not paying? I think I may be talking about it as it may sound very unreasonable, but I think in this day and age, it's not impossible. We have to find that. It will make a huge difference to our business, because the consumption of cinema music, all over the world, and its references in television and on the internet and the news is so tremendous. Why is it that the sector that actually creates it does not get even a 10% share of whatever it's being consumed? I think it's a very big challenge. And if we are proudly saying that more than half this country is under the age of 25 and technology is now going to be in their hands, we will throw a challenge to them, and I'm sure they will come up with something in this and help us grow bigger even faster. I hope this conference becomes a great success. IIFA's joining with FICCI to make this happen is a great and wonderful event. I believe last night was a tremendous success, and I look forward to tonight for an even bigger success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights and expertise with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Rakesh Prakash Mehra, Chairman, FICCI Film Forum. He started off by working with Eureka Forbes. He then established Flix Motion Picture Company Private Limited in the year 1986, starting his career as an advertisement filmmaker, directed scores of television commercials and ad films. He then went on to make his first full-length feature film, Ux, starring Amitabh Bachchan. Following that, he gave us another iconic film, and film that inspires all of us till date, Rang De Basanti, which also got him the Best Director Award for 2006 Filmfare Award and National Film Award, as well as BAFTA Award nomination for Best Foreign Language Film. This film was also officially chosen as India's entry to the Oscars. He also gave us Bhag Milka Bhag, another awe-inspiring movie starring Farhan Akhtar as Milka Singh, the legendary Indian sprinter, in the year 2013. It's my pleasure to request him to address the gathering. So may we please request you to share your insights with all of us.
Good morning. It's an absolute privilege to be here on the dais with all the dignitaries, heard everybody. I think it's an, so let me introduce myself. I think that was the wrong introduction. My mother-in-law is from Andhra. My father is from Tamil Nadu. Father-in-law is from Tamil Nadu. So by default, I'm your son-in-law. So I've always wondered that there was a reason I mentioned that why aren't our movies, we all dream about crossovers. We talk about how a business is growing all over the world. And sometimes, and it always beats me, that within the country, we are not able to exploit. We are not able to reach out to the people of the country. And I've tried very hard, tried to study why it is. It is one country. it will be needless to say and a no-brainer for me to give instances which will sound childish. We love each other's food. We eat that. There are restaurants that happens. So why aren't we watching movies across India? And why isn't the business growing? It's always beaten me. I would love to come here time and again and try and find a solution to that. I think FICCI Forum is a step, even if it's a baby step, towards the endeavor. We need to get, all of us in this room, outside this room, need to get to the bottom of this and try and figure out what's going on, or what's not really going on, and then just switch on that on button. I've tried to put together a small presentation. In my mind, why I feel we are not able to. It's a couple of slides, so please bear with me. Lena, you're there? So would you like to play it? Yeah? So we've been studying this for the last year and a half, and I hope you're getting to see it. I think we are making a lot of content, but we are not empowering the people of India to view that content. So there are so very few theaters, say north of India, that we are not able to accommodate the Hindi films. So how do we bring the South Indian movies to north? And I think vice versa. It's barely you get a run of 1 week, 2 weeks if it's a big film. Small films just vanish. So to introduce multilingual films, introduce new cultures, we will need outlets, essentially. वो कहते हैं ना कि माल तो है पर दुकान नहीं है. So where do we sell it? Where is the box office? It's invisible right now. Where's that counter through which we'll send the tickets? There are buyers out there. And let me assure you, gentlemen, our content gets consumed. It definitely 100% gets consumed. I'm shooting in a small village in Fulia in Rajasthan, in Jaisalmer, Pakistan border, and people have seen, say, Bhag Milkha Bhag, and I wonder how they've seen it. They have consumed it. There were no theaters there, they didn't buy the ticket, but it reaches. So I would say we need to empower the middle class India, especially the lower middle class India, to watch movies. And I need to learn how to use this. Yeah. So essentially, there's an extremely, extremely low screen density in India compared to the world. We keep boasting, we keep beating our chest, saying, you know, we make collectively the maximum number of movies in the world, so on and so forth. But the movies are really not reaching out. There is a very, very low glass ceiling, which we have imposed on ourselves, and we are not willing to break that. So I just took an instance of China. So in 2009, we had more screens than China. In 2014, simply put, China has more screens than us. Many, many more screens than us. So look at the domestic box office collection. What happened, where we are, or where we have chosen to stay. I will not even say where we are. This is by choice. All of us in the industry have decided that we are very happy with where we are, and we don't want to grow. And we really don't want to grow in business. And China has proved it. And look at the collections once again, 93.2 5 versus a 465 billion. Whereas 5 years ago, we were leading them. So yeah, I think they have a magic wand. No, they really don't have a magic wand. Their government has helped them. The entrepreneurs, the people themselves have come forward, have built theaters, have built screens. One of the things I heard about was piracy. Piracy can only be tackled if the film reaches out to the people. There can be punitive measures, but the biggest measure to be taken to kill piracy is when the film is there, they'll go and see it. If the film is not there, they will buy the 20 rupee VCD which the milk guy delivers in Saket or Vasant Vihar in Delhi. Because the lower middle class and middle class India cannot even afford to go to that multiplex and buy a ticket. So he will see it. He'll see it off a pen drive, somebody will download it. But if there were theaters all over, they would rather go out there and watch it in the theaters. So we need tremendous initiatives to increase the screen density of India. It's a dream, it's a mission, it's a life's mission that outside telling stories, if one can be instrumental in making more and more screens in India, I think we would have done something. We need to make people's cinema. We don't want to make multiplexes with Italian marbles serving hot dogs, plushly carpeted. These need to be very simple Indian technology, a small garden with a single plex inside, with few chai shops selling samosas and idlis and stuff like that. Clean bathrooms where I can take my mother, my daughter, my wife to the movies, because they really don't have an opportunity to go to the theaters. There are no loos. So it can even serve as people coming together. It can even serve as from morning 6 o'clock to 10:30, we can give it for a school function, because schools in rural India, I just heard 70% rural India. So, or whatever, growing India. So stuff can happen around that. And cinema can be the central force which attracts and brings people together. So ticket prices cannot be more than 50 to 75. So we'll have to work the business module. I'm sure there are a lot of single screen here, especially in this state, but India as a whole I'm talking about, it's not there. So even lower than this, I think, and we can beat that. It's not a problem. If we go in volumes, we'll achieve the numbers. This is just the beginning, gentlemen, and there's a long, long journey to travel. And I request everybody in this room to just think about this huge challenge we have in front of us. And I think there couldn't have been a better platform. There couldn't have been a better place. This is the first time this presentation has been unveiled since we made it. We'll be taking it to INB and Finance Minister and so on and so forth. But this is such an amazing platform, because we really need to integrate and we really need to share content. And we really need to, it's not fair when such lovely movies made and we cannot take it to the people of India because, and we give ourselves reasons for that. I think the only reason is we failed to do so far. And shall we choose not that to recur? Thank you very much.
Just for your information, 10 years ago, an iconic film, Rang De Basanti, was released today by Rakesh and Prakash Mehra. And whilst the massive celebration being planned back home in Mumbai, he's flown down just for today's conference. Thank you, Rakesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mehra, for sharing with us areas that need our attention so that the industry can grow as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Mr. Ravi Kotorakar, Secretary, Film Federation of India, to address the gathering.
Andariki Namaskaram. We are at Hyderabad, so let us say that also. IIFA, FICCI. IIFA has been organizing awards for the past 16 years, in fact. FICCI has been helping the industry, and I meant the entire industry, including our film industry. And there was a marriage between IIFA and FICCI. For the past 10 years, they have lived like husband and wife and trying to help the industry. It's something good. Why? Because we are getting a platform to sit and speak. As far as we are all aware, we make around 1,800 films to 1,500 films a year in several languages. And we are the leaders in the world making most number of films. Does that count? It counts. But we have started making quality films, but now we should start going a little further. We should try to go global. By saying global, first let us start at Hyderabad. Today, Chennai was the hub. Chennai was a hub. Here we have got Raghavendra Rao sir, we have got Allu Arjun sir. All of them were at Chennai. Now come to Hyderabad. Today, in fact, we are proud to say that Hyderabad has outgrown Chennai. Hyderabad has outgrown Chennai today as a film hub. As far as one thing the Film Federation of India would request is, film industry requires a lot of things. First, we require some benefits from the government. One request is kindly help in Telangana to increase the number of theatres. Kindly give some subsidy, increase the number of theatres. As Mr. Mehra said that we require screens. We require screens to screen our film. So increase the number of theatres, and in fact in Tamil Nadu, our Jayalalitha Amma is also planning to put few theatres. They're going to plan some theatres. Similarly, in Karnataka also they have planned to increase the number of theatres. The government is providing subsidy. We require theatres to screen our films, number one. Number two, ease of doing business. Today, as far as the film industry, we are being taxed left, right, centre. Left, right, centre. We got service tax, we got all other taxes. In fact, we should ask the state government to help us, because this is only one industry where, though industry status was conferred to us, industry status has been conferred to us, we've got no concession which any other industry has got. This industry status is just on paper. It was given to us around when Sushma Swaraj, during her regime, when she was there, we got that status, but still, we are still frantically searching what benefits the film industry is going to get. In case we have to do something for the industry, this is the right time. The government has to give us the right push. They push us, they help us. Today, our industry will roar. Like our Prime Minister has been saying, make in India, there's a lot of slogans. We should, at present, concentrate and do something for the industry. One is increase the number of theatres. Second, piracy. Piracy is a big issue. Strict actions to be taken against these offenders. Number three is, as Mr. Suresh said, skill development. Today, India, and especially Hyderabad, you should make and separate, not courses alone. We should ask the government to subsidize when we teach these children. Or these students, we should ask the government to subsidize us. I should lastly ask one favor again from the government. Increase the number of festivals. Like today, you want to make Telugu films. We are making a Telugu films. We are making this as an investment hub. Kindly make film festivals throughout the world. Conduct Telugu Film Festival, one at Toronto, one at Japan, etc. That's how you spread your wings. You say that you blow your trumpet, we are here, we are here. Keep festivals, conduct festivals at different places. So then what happens is people are aware. Next, I only have to ask my own exhibitors to make it mandatory to screen every regional language throughout India. Until we screen our own films. When we take a rupee note, we have got so many languages there. We use that note. But similarly, we are not screening other languages. Though there are people from Andhra staying in Telugu people staying in different states, they must watch these films. They must have access to these films. That only can be done by us also. Last but not the least, I kindly request the government, help us. The film industry is waiting for you. It is waiting to roar. With your push and your kind, considerate, help, the industry will roar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, member of Indian Administrative Services 1992 batch. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University and a degree in business management from IIM Kolkata. As a principal secretary for IT, he is instrumental in bridging any gap whatsoever in information technology in the state of Telangana, including spearheading the Hyderabad's Wi-Fi project, making Hyderabad a smart city. May I request him to share his thoughts with us on this occasion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you formally on behalf of the Government of Telangana. I also thank all the distinguished speakers for sharing some very valuable insights. And since it is a business conclave, I would now like to get straight to business and share some business propositions with all of you. Some of the points that I wanted to mention have already been alluded by earlier speakers, and I would like to take them on straight away. Now, many of you must be aware that our Prime Minister has launched very recently a national program called Digital India. I'm also very happy to share with you that much before the national government thought of this program, we have launched our own version of it, which is called Digital Telangana. And in many ways, the goals of Digital Telangana are even more ambitious than the goals of Digital India. In fact, one of the amazing things that we are doing under Digital Telangana is to create a digital kiosk in every panchayat. As most of you would be aware, panchayat is the lowest administrative unit in our country. And in the state of Telangana, we have 8,750 panchayats. Each panchayat will have a center, which will have connectivity, which will have hardware. And the most amazing thing is that each of these 8,700 odd kiosks will be managed by women entrepreneurs. So we'll be training women entrepreneurs in how to manage those digital kiosks through which lots of digital services will be provided. In fact, 100 of these Digital Telangana centers have already been rolled out on 2nd October. And within a month or so, we'll be adding another 1,000. And over the next 2 to 2.5 years, we'll be saturating the entire lot of 8,750 digital kiosks. The reason why I'm mentioning about these digital kiosks is that we see a tremendous potential of converting these digital kiosks, the Digital Telangana centers, as centers for providing entertainment, as centers for providing training. And we have already started discussions with one agency which has shown interest in taking mobile screens to these centers. So the proposition is that, beyond the panchayat, the next administrative unit in this state is called a mandal. People who have come from outside might not be familiar because the rest of the country has units like the block or the tahsil or the taluka. But the intermediate tier of administration here is called a mandal. Typically, the erstwhile taluka or block has been split into 4 to 5 mandals. So in every mandal, they want to provide a mobile unit which as per a predetermined schedule visits all these digital centers, provides those mobile screens, and the woman entrepreneur who is there, she takes care of the logistics and management and the screening of these movies. So while we have started discussions with one agency which has the capacity to do this kind of work, we'll be willing to work with anyone else also, because I completely agree with what Rakesh ji mentioned and what other speakers referred to, that we need to create more screens to ensure that the content that we produce is consumed in adequate quantity. So perhaps rather than investing in fixed screens, mobile screens as of now appear to be more viable and more kind of stronger proposition. And I'm very confident that in Telangana we'll be rolling this out before the end of the next 6 months or so. The second point which I want to mention is something what Mr. Sippy spoke about and others also spoke about, which is on piracy. In fact, Telugu industry, the Telugu film industry is one of the biggest victims of piracy, and not does just the industry loses out, the government also loses out a lot in the form of entertainment tax and other benefits. And in general also, if people get used to consuming pirated content, etc., slowly it kind of fosters antisocial tendencies and in general some kind of immorality. Now, we have studied the scenario in the entire world, and we have found that the best model which is available in the world today to curb piracy is in the city of London. London has something which is called the Police Intellectual Property Crime Unit, and I'm very happy that Suresh Babu Garu is here. We have started discussions with the Telugu Film Producers Council, and we are setting up a Telangana Intellectual Property Crime Unit, TIPCU, which will have representation of all the stakeholders, and this agency will be one which will be sharing lots of information on piracy and taking preemptive actions. In fact, Mr. Sippy asked whether there is a technology solution. I would like to inform you, sir, that there is precisely something which does what you have asked for, and the Telugu industry uses that. In fact, what you have to do is there is a software. You have to take clips from the movie. So let us say Bahubali movie was released recently. You have to just randomly pick some half a dozen clips from that movie, short clips, run it on the software, and the software detects wherever else in the entire www can you find that clip. And it throws up thousands of web addresses and URLs which are hosting the pirated version of that movie. So the Telugu industry uses it incidentally, and but what we find it difficult is to go to the next step. Once we know that these are the 1,000 URLs or the 1,000 websites which are hosting pirated content, the unfortunate thing today is that the power to block those websites, unfortunately, is highly centralized. It is only there with the government of India. And we have been petitioning the government of India for a long time to delegate that power to the states so that we start blocking all those content and ensure that there is no piracy. But whatever best we can do right now, we are managing it with the help of the industry, with the help of the IP crime unit that I spoke about. The software that is available is also available to anyone else while it is being used, as I said, by the Telugu industry. It can be used by anyone else as a matter of fact. So I would request FICCI particularly to take this with the government of India to ensure that this very important provision in the IT Act actually gets delegated to the state, because the agility that we can show at the state level, our connectedness with the producers fraternity is much more dynamic, much more strong. And the moment they tell us that some new movie is about to be released, we can get into action, we can prevent piracy. In fact, along with the Producers Council, the government is also instituting an award which is called the Movie Cop Awards. This is something, again, as I said, is based on what the City of London does. Anyone who helps the government prevent online piracy will be given this award. It can go to individuals, it can go to organizations, it can go to police. Anyone who fosters intellectual properties, intellectual copyright will be recognized through the Movie Cop Awards. And our IT minister, who will be here in a while, he has been very supportive of all these initiatives to ensure that the industry doesn't lose out, the government doesn't lose out, and in general, a sense of abiding with the law prevails in the state of Telangana. The third proposition which I want to share, because there are a large number of people from the animation and the gaming industry, is that, as we all know, this industry again has tremendous growth potential, and in pockets, it has its presence in India. There is a large pocket in Hyderabad as well, apart from pockets in Bangalore and Bombay. But so far, no government has really organized the gaming, animation, multimedia, and entertainment sector, which we now want to do here in Telangana. So we are doing a number of things. We are creating a dedicated cluster for this industry. And you will be happy to know that one of the costliest real estate of Hyderabad has been dedicated for this purpose. In fact, I face lots of criticism when I tell that I have reserved 20 acres of land, which could have fetched 500 crores to the government. I face lots of criticism that we have lost 500 crores for the government, but we find greater value in providing that facility to this industry. And we want to build ready-to-use plug-and-play space there. We have recently finalized the design of the signature tower, which will be coming up in this city, which we are calling Image. We are also talking to some of the leading international academic institutions, including Academy of Arts of San Francisco. In fact, their representative is meeting us, the principal incidentally is meeting us on the 6th of next month. And as Suresh Garu mentioned, the need is to provide high-end manpower, which meets the requirement of this industry. We have also created an incubator because, as we all know, the biggest disruption today, the biggest transformation today is happening not through established companies, but largely through startups. I mean, it's not right to say that established companies are not doing anything. They're also innovating quite a lot. But the real innovation today is coming from startups. And we are the only location in the entire country today which has a dedicated incubator space. It is a 20,000 square feet, 225-seater facility where startups who are working in the areas of gaming, animation, multimedia, etc., can go and start their activities. And finally, the biggest ambition of our Chief Minister, he incidentally was to have come and inaugurated this session today, but due to certain very, very pressing reasons, he could not come, but he has conveyed his greetings to all of us, and he has wanted this to be mentioned very, very emphatically, that the state government is having a very grand vision to create a mega film city. While we already have high quality film making infrastructure here, but something even better than what already exists in Hyderabad. So what exists in Hyderabad is already the best, but we will have something which will be better than the best. And our advisor to the state government, Mr. Papa Rao, who is spearheading this initiative, he will be chairing a session shortly, and he will be providing more details. So these 4 value propositions, that you join hands with the state government to take screens to the rural areas, take screens to the panchayats, initially with this mobile model that I alluded to, but eventually fixed screens. Secondly, support the initiatives that we are doing to curb piracy. Third is to partner with us in the multimedia, animation, and gaming initiatives of the government. And finally, be a partner of the film city, about which we'll be listening to very, very shortly. So once again, I'm very glad that FICCI and IIFA have brought this MEBC here to Hyderabad. I do hope that throughout the day, we'll be listening to some very brilliant minds, some very practical and some very doable ideas. And I hope to stay connected with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. It's so heartening to know the kind of steps government is taking to make sure that the film industry as a whole goes to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now witness the launch of IIFA Utsavam. Can we please request for the roll to be brought on stage? And for the same, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Raghavendra Rao, Mr. Alu Arvind, and Mr. Vivek Oberoi, requesting all three of you to kindly join us on stage and do the honors of launching the IIFA Utsavam. Can I invite Mr. Raghavendra Rao, Mr. Alu Arvind, and Mr. Vivek Oberoi to kindly join us here on stage and release the scroll. Can we also invite Mr. Dil Raju on stage? Mr. Gangaraj, President, South Indian Film Chamber, please join us on stage, sir. Mr. Shyam Prasad Reddy. Can we also invite Mr. Ramesh Prasad to join us here to do the honors? Mr. Ram Mohan, Telangana Film Chamber of Commerce, so please join us here. Can we now request the dignitaries to release the scroll, the IIFA Utsavam. Thank you everyone for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, just to share with you that the IIFA Utsavam, the scroll is about celebrating cinemas of the South. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the release of the report on the future trends we expect in digital media consumption, the future of digital content consumption. I would request dignitaries of the desk to please stay back here. And I would also like to invite Mr. Ashish Fairwani, Head of Advisory for Media and Entertainment, ENY, and Mr. Raghav Anand, Head of Digital Media, EY, to join us here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, witnessing the release of the future of digital content consumption. The presentation of this report on the future trends we expect in digital media consumption shall take place in detail especially for this event. Our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow the movement as we set the stage gentlemen, please be seated. We are about to begin our session for the day, making Hyderabad a hub of media and entertainment industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please occupy your seats. We now begin with our session, Making Hyderabad a Hub of Media and Entertainment Industry. This interesting panel today will look into potential areas in the entertainment space where India can take a lead on to be an international hub for the Asian region and possibly the world. To make this happen, the panel would discuss the infrastructure requirements, talent, marketing, content initiatives, as well as any policy facilitation to be taken across the Indian M&E landscape. It will also identify the challenges and try to provide solutions which could take India in the right direction towards making it as a hub of entertainment industry. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. B.V. Paparao, IAS retired advisor, Policy and Institutional Development, Government of Telangana. He is also going to be moderating our session, so thank you for joining us. Mr. B.V. Paparao has been a member of the Indian Administrative Service and worked for United Nations. He is currently working as advisor for Telangana government. Mr. Paparao is an amateur filmmaker who has studied at New York Film Academy. He received 1 national and 2 international awards for his documentary film. He has written several film scripts. He has a keen interest in promotion of art and culture. He is the founder trustee of Art at Telangana and Kakatiya Heritage Trust. So thank you for joining us and agreeing to moderate the session. May I also call upon our panelists? Lohita Sujit, Director Communications, Motion Pictures Association of America. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Mr. P. Ramohan Rao, President, Telangana State Film Chamber of Commerce. Mr. P. Ramohan Rao. Mr. Anu Arvind, Director, Geeta Arts. So please join us here for a session. Can we please welcome our panelists with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure Hyderabad has much more spirit. We can do better than this. Thank you. Mr. Rajiv Chiraga, Founder and Managing Director, Green Gold Animation Private Limited. Mr. Hemant T.P., CEO, Commercial Cargo and Asia Pacific Flying School. Thank you for joining us, sir. One of our panelists, Mr. award-winning sound designer, will be joining us in a few moments. I would like to hand the session to Mr. Paparao.
Dear friends, good morning. My job is very simple, to moderate the session with distinguished speakers on the dais. But however, I decided to say a few words, particularly in the light of our Minister K.T. Ramarao Garu is not able to make it yet. We are still trying to see if we can, between his campaign meetings, one after the other. If it is on the way, he is still trying to drop by. But since the keynote speaker is not yet come, so I'd like to say few ideas so that the speakers can touch upon, and following it, if you have time, we can, it can be used for the debate and discussion. Now the topic of this session is very interesting, making Hyderabad a hub of media and entertainment industry. You all know what a hub needs. A hub is a kind of a ecosystem for media and entertainment. I do not want to say, you must have heard in the last session and otherwise, Hyderabad is one of the cities in India which has the best facilities, technology-wise, and even the business-wise in the film industry. Telugu films are the second only to Hindi in number. So I don't want to go into those details, but I'd like to say two major ideas for your thought for this session. How do you make a hub? You have to move forward. So I think there are a couple of things we can do. One thing the government should do immediately, and a couple of things the industry should do. That I leave it at that. The one thing government can do, in spite of this good major hub of film industry, still film permissions are not very easy. If you go to many European countries, it's a one-stop shop. Even go to New York City. If you want to shoot in Manhattan, just go to a directorate in the New York municipality, you just get a permission within 48 hours. They'll say yes or no, but once it is there, the paper is in your hand, every policeman respects, you can shoot on the streets of Manhattan without any hassle. But a state like us, in fact, my good friend Niranjan Reddy and I was thinking and discussed a lot on setting up a film commission in Telangana. We will work as a policy advisor. I'll advise the government in ease of doing business. You all know that we have done ease of doing business for the industry. Today, any industry in Telangana can submit an application and get their industrial permission in 15 days to 1 month. So why not a film project? So we will work on it. We will seek your advice, your expertise before we move forward. But that is what I would recommend to the government, along with certain other major policy initiatives which distribution side, exhibition side, people are thinking, particularly the theaters in the last session, what Telangana, in the rural and mandal areas, if you have to attract the investment to do the exhibition. There also we would say that we must come with some kind of a policy initiative of doing ease of doing business, so that the people established, if they have potential in those areas, if they can face the onslaught of this ongoing piracy. Yes, we will take these initiatives from the government and any other initiatives at the policy level, so that the Hyderabad and Telangana and India ultimately will become a hub of entertainment industry. But I'll touch upon one very interesting thing, that ease of doing business is also your responsibility. How much ease of doing responsibility within the film industry is there today? I think it's very difficult. It's very difficult for a scriptwriter of your own community to approach a director. It's very difficult for a director to approach a producer. It's very difficult for a producer to approach an actor. You can sit here, if you have a good script, pitch it to a Hollywood star through a talent agent. In Canada or Los Angeles or London, you will get a response, maybe 1 or 2 months. But the agent would read the script, he will decide whether to pass on to the actor or not, or simply they'll pass it. You don't have to go, you don't have to hang around in front of the house of an actor or a producer. You get an answer. There's a system. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The agent system, you have no CAA in America. British has its own system. How powerfully they control the industry and how well they can translate as a project from an idea level to a script level. Even if you have an idea of film or a novel, you have agents who suggest you the script writers. From there, so ease of doing business within the industry, particularly in Telugu industry, is almost non-existent. So there is a responsibility on you also doing ease of business. However you want to do, it is your, in fact, FICCI and film industry should think about seriously how easy should for the ideas, how easy should the ideas get the talent together, money together, and a project is made. So this you must think about yourself, because here government can't do anything. We have a big infrastructure, big studios, but the system within the film industry does not establish its own systems of ease of doing business, I call it. We are not going to make a global hub. How will a person sitting in Hollywood contact you if they hear that you have beautiful animation here, studio, or if they hear there's a good director around here? They have to have a systems. So you have to, if you have to make Hyderabad a global and Telangana is a global center for entertainment industry, there is a lot to be done within your own industry, which is absolutely professional, which is absolutely business. We will help you if you need any help from our side. What Jayesh was talking, that hub, you can get a space from there. People, talent agents can license talents, agents can sit at one place, auditions can take us one place, so that the industry has gives a professional outlook to the world. Finally, I'd say content. Content is the king today in the entertainment industry. But how much content dominates Hyderabad film industry, I don't want to dwell upon. The good ideas, good scripts don't get anywhere near. You must make a start. In fact, script writers and idea makers of the film are the most neglected lot. So you must bring about a system where the good scripts get good directors get good producers, and producers have access to the actors. Thank you very much. Now I'll request, in order is given here, Rasul Pukoti. I don't need to introduce, you all know, distinguished Oscar winner, and I request you to present his presentation for this session.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for walking a bit late. I thought it was more of a discussion, not any presentation, so a lot has been talked. Mr. Rao has sort of enumerated what is that we could bring to the business. Not only just Hyderabad, not necessarily Hyderabad, to India in itself. Because the Indian film industry is a very, very peculiar film industry. It's an industry only in the paper. It's a paper industry in that sense. The word is only used. No industry status as such has been given to us, or any other industry, what they get being an industry. I do not think that film industry enjoys it in that respect. So when I said it's very peculiar, because it has a lot to do with how over many decades our culture has been evolved, you know, and as a business platform, this is more of based on trust, you know, based on individual associations, based on someone who is passionate about to do their work. So it's quite different from how Hollywood functions. When Aluji may be able to elaborate If you look at Indian film industry, whether it is Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam is a bit different actually, Hindi, there are families who has been in the business, you know. Those families have brought in new ideas, those families have brought in people who are the face of certain time, certain era, and it's continuing. So at one level, it is a family-oriented business, and on the other level, especially in the last one decade, the studios have come into the industry, and they sort of corporatized a lot of Indian film industry's work. I can very convincingly talk about Hindi cinema, not necessarily the regional cinema, because they are still coming in. I would say we have to be a little bit careful about them. What happened in the last decade, especially in the Indian film industry, I mean, I'm talking about Hindi cinema, close to 10,000 crore the studios are pumped into the business, and a fair share of that money, I would say about 80% of that money, has gone into the actors, you know. So only 20% of the money has been invested into the actual business. When I say actual business, in terms of developing content, in terms of developing technical talent, in terms of conceiving a project which would fascinate its people and which would fascinate the rest of the globe. And I can say in the last one decade, IIFA being a brand by itself has been able to take Indian cinema to the rest of the world. When I say Indian cinema, Hindi cinema to the rest of the world. And you have seen a tremendous growth in the business of Hindi cinema in the overseas market. A fair share of money comes from overseas market. A film like Bajirao Bastani, for example, has crossed over 100 crore from the overseas market. So when we look at that aspect, you also have to understand what the Hollywood cinema is doing within the industry, to our industry. Let me tell you a few examples. When Avatar released in India, it has had a collection of about 58 crore from the Indian market. So we have to understand that a Hollywood film has come in and taken 58 crore resources of this country without spending a single penny in the making of that film. From Avatar, when we come to Fast and Furious, from 58 crore, it gone into 138 crore. And they have not spent a single penny in the making of that film within this country. So we as content makers, we as people who are in the business, have to think large. You know, this is going to continue, and there is a trick by which they have achieved this. When we made PK, a film called PK, you all may be aware of, it's the highest grosser in Indian market. We have released about 6,500 prints all over the market. So we are able to generate. So what happened to the business, especially in the last 2 years, has become a weekend business. You know, you are able to rake in the moolah in the first 3 days. The 3 days is going to decide the fate of the film. So you have to expand. You have to expand it at a faster pace to recover your money. And there are exceptions to this. For example, a film like Bahubali is a huge, huge exception to this. I'm not talking about a sporadic exception of that kind, but the businesses in India, especially in India, the business has come to that level. So, and how do we generate this much business, like without having so much exhibition system in the country? The number of people that we have and the number of exhibition system that we have doesn't match compared to the US or compared to China. China in the last 2 years have tremendously grown their exhibition centers so that the business can grow like at a faster pace. But China also has done a very, very smart thing. They have brought in a restriction that we cannot release more than 20 films, foreign films in a year. So what they have done is, if you look at the onslaught of 42 now, okay, the onslaught of Hollywood, what it is doing. Hollywood, you know, as we look at Hollywood, always stands for technical fineness always stands for standards. We look at them as standards. They are setting standards, they are following standards, and what they do is what we aspire to do from a very practitioner's point of view. So when it came to Fast and Furious, what they have done is, all the studios have a certain set rule that they will not release a Hollywood film in India if the film is not being able to project in a 2K projection, in J2K format, in 2K projections, which means only multiplexes which has film-like projection, 2K quality projection, can only release those films. But if you look at our fair share of business comes from B centers and C centers, where the single cinemas are running. Indian cinema is basically, even today, the spinal cord of our business is our single screen audiences. And the single screen audiences, single screen exhibition systems are considered to be, need not necessarily be J2K projection. Most of it, majority of it. So this goes against the rule of the Hollywood studios. So when it came to Fast and Furious, what they have done is, which is just, this I feel as a practitioner, as a dangerous trend. What they have done is they just unlocked one valve of their technical standards. They ticked off the J2K projection quality standards of their films. So they were able to release Fast and Furious to a far more number of theatres, about 2,500 print they were able to release at one go, and they were able to collect 138 crore. Now this is going to happen over and over and over. And this is going to eat up our resources, our internal domestic resources, over and over and over, unless we are very, very careful as business community, as people who been part of the business and people who are looking at cinema as an exposition of artistic and self-expression. So we are going to face a huge challenge in the years to come from them. The difference of Hollywood studios, how they are functioning in India and how they are functioning abroad within their own land, is hugely different. No studio in India functions with a philosophy, they functions in their homeland. They would want to come here, they would want to still make a film which is run-of-the-mill. They would throw their money across the table to an actor and sign them up at very, very high prices, which an independent or a normal producer, what you call those people who are actually behind content, people who actually support new talent, people who actually back, new thought, they will not be, they wouldn't be able to function, within the sphere of the business that they are planning to run. And I can say with conviction that none of the studios who have come to India has supported content like the way, maybe one exception, content like the way their counterpart has supported content within the Hollywood sphere of things. There is a star system. Even the star system is mitigated if we have a good content that comes to us. So within this global scenario where the business is moving in, where the technical standards have been compromised for a larger pie, and we still are majority of our filmmaking comes from the dance drama tradition, which is our cultural ethos. How do we tackle this? How do we survive as an industry in the long run within the onslaught of very high quality product coming in at a very, very cheaper price to us? I think we as a community have to come together, have to ideate, have to discuss, because this is going to affect us, affect our functioning in the longer run, and identify what's our strength. I think our strength is our audience. Our strength is we are still are able to catch the imagination of our audience with our own stories. If you look at Indian cinema, we can put our hands on our chest and still we can count the number of original films that are coming out, number of original content being experimented within the mainstream cinema. You can count in your fingers. That is how our business is moving. And screenwriting as an aspect. If you look at Indian cinema, very, very, like I said, it's very, very peculiar in nature. The people who were the initial practitioners of cinema, they were all literary figures, artists of a very, very high order, whether it is writers, whether it is musicians, whether it is actors and directors. They were of a very, very different genre of people. They were serious writers, and filmmaking or film writing for them was an extension of their literary work, which is quite different now in today's scenario. And so you don't have content that stands the test of the time. If we want to sustain our business, we need to seriously invest our focus and our energy to content that stands the test of the time. And second major aspect that I would feel is that we have an enormous potential of human skill. Enormous. When I say enormous, it is unheard of in the global business marketing scenario, and we are very, very bad in tapping it. The technical excellence of our people, our youngsters, are far superior. Our ability to grasp things, our ability to understand softwares, our ability to turn it around, our ability to do time-bound work, if we've been given the right direction and right sense of leadership, is far, far superior than anybody in the rest of the world. We have not been able to tackle it. We have not been able to channelize it. So technical excellence is one thing that we can cash it on. If you look at IT industry, how they have grown, been contributing like billions and billions of dollars to the Indian economy is through this one single aspect. But we as an Indian film industry have not been able to tackle, and there is a huge need of technical excellence and a huge need of technical skill across the globe. And that's one major aspect that we can focus. And this is, I'm saying, not just an aspect of Hyderabad. I would say it is very, very peculiar to Indian cinema. And I think to be able to attract work and to be able to bring in investment to the country and grow our business, I think these are the key area that we need to focus. And on that note, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pokuti. Now I think I request next speaker, Lolita Singh from... No, Lolita Singh. And what I'd like to request the speakers is that if you can stick to around 5 to 7 minutes, because we have 30 minutes left before 1 o'clock. And if you have to close the session, that's the time we have, unfortunately, and that would leave about 5 to 10 minutes for few questions. So now Lohita Singh, Director of Communications, Motion Pictures Association of America.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for indulging us this afternoon, distinguished guests on the panel, and many, many talented people in the audience. As mentioned, I'm just going to focus on a few points that I think everybody brought up. Our session speaks about an ecosystem. And for a moment, if everybody can visualize that as literally a strategic wheel that moves, and you need to build the hub with various spokes that would really strengthen the wheel to take this forward. And as a policy body, as the representatives of the Motion Picture Association, we work with several governments across the world to try and build policies that work for a healthy business environment and exchange between governments and the film industry. So what we would like to propose on behalf of our member studios is try and look at a strategy where we position Telangana as make in Telangana and market to the world. I know there are a lot of discussions here on boosting the local industry, but if you really see what attracts investors, what really attracts studios, it's when a local region, a local state, a small city like New York City really positions itself strategically to sell to the world. And I would like to quickly share a few thoughts on this. For starters, and since I was also mentioning there should be a platform of exchange between the local film industry here and why not all of India, I think when we're looking at digital Telangana, we should also think about having a digital media policy. generally policies are always in cooperation with local stakeholders, and I'm sure the film industry, including us, would be happy to work with the government. When you look at a policy is again supported by a strategy, because people want to know timelines, investors want to know how soon you can turn around whatever you've envisioned. And I think we can definitely look at an objective which is on the lines of creating, developing, and distributing to the world, and not just locally in India. Couple of other spokes that the policy or the vision for Telangana can focus on are setting up of digital hubs. It comes very naturally for us to think that this is the IT industry, so why not just join the IT industry with the media industry and really look at how you can then exploit technology to take it to the next level. I'm sure the recent hits like Bahubali, the fact that Hollywood films are appreciated so much in Telangana only proves the fact that there is a lot of potential for creators and investors in this market. Another point that came to my mind is, why don't we also focus on education? Apart from boosting certain infrastructures to attract foreign filmmakers, people spoke about film commissions, etc. I think there's a lot of potential in focusing on education, and one of the biggest drivers for education is if the state can work with filmmakers here to set up an IP development fund. When you talk about Hollywood, I think what drives Hollywoods and the sequels and the prequels is just that they have a very, very strong intellectual property, whether it is the Avengers or Spider-Man. And as everybody here agrees, we have thousands of stories in Indian mythology to speak about. How about really developing an IP development fund? You don't need to really restrict it to the state, and then encourage creators through an amalgamation of both IT and the film industry coming together to develop talent under the IP development fund. Last but not the least, Sir spoke about New York. I think one of the biggest advantages, and I think to build a roadmap to create a content and creative IT and content hub in Telangana, would be to really market it as a brand. So what New York did is they came up with a tagline called, very simple, it's called I Love New York. And they joined hands with the film industry. Every time there was a television serial, if a foreign actor comes and shoots locally, or if there's a release, all they did was put posters across the city. They marketed themselves at various film festivals. They recognized talent at local award shows. They joined hands with educationists to develop research papers to really see what they can be 5 years down the line. And that's my piece, and I'm sure we can discuss further on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lohita. And now I request Mr. Allu Arvind, Director Geeta Arts, to say his presentation.
Good afternoon. When I saw Rasul Pukuti here, I remembered one thing, that when I look at my long journey in this film industry, I feel I have worked with 2 Oscar-winning awards people. I also have worked. This is what I get a good feeling when I see him. That is another gentleman is Rahman. So I worked with both of them. So I feel very proud of myself, and I think I worked with Oscar-winning people. So people were talking about the content and content making. Content is the king. But the quality content is an emperor. That is what Bahubali has told us recently. Leaving the other quality parts of it, I'm not discussing it, but Bahubali has made all of us very proud, particularly our Telugu film industry. Felt very proud when we released Bahubali. The industry was collecting around 60, 70, 80 crores. And the cost of production of one film has gone to 200 plus crores. So we were all thinking, it's a madness. What is it? What's going to happen? And we should appreciate the conviction of those people that it has collected double and the next series is going to come. So as a Telugu person and a Telugu film industry person, I felt very, very connected to that film, though I got nothing to do with the film, except I made a previous film, Magadira. I have nothing to do with Rajamouli or the rest of the crew. So let me come out of Bahubali and talk the rest. See, I've seen Bajirao Mastani in recent times, and I was flabbergasted by the look of the film. But one thing, to bring that look of the film, is it possible only by money or looking at collecting good quality technicians and making it? I'm yet to know the answer myself because I have seen the same, the production designing is such, the director is such that the quality of the film, the look of the film, the content, let us keep it aside, but I was flabbergasted by that. Can we reach there, is my feeling. And we can definitely, because we have been growing at this pace, we will be reaching there, and minimum of 10 such films should come in Telugu film industry is my wish. And when it comes to screenwriting, there's a huge depth of screenwriting in the film industry. There are many intelligent people, there are many good writers, but screenwriting is a very, very different art by itself. But what is lacking? Me and my people are listening to 10 scripts a week. 10 scripts a week. Very sorry to say. Most of them are very, very substandard. So the reason, then we think of the reason, there are many intelligent people, many good writers, and why the scripts are coming like this means there is no scientific approach for those writers. Very, very intelligent young people are there, but they should be brought to some scientific platform, how to develop a screenwriting. This is what is required, and likewise in many other fields. So, what I'm going to speak with the due apologies to 3-4 institutes what we have in our Hyderabad, including our Suresh Babu has one. I feel that an institute like the New York Film Academy, which is a very big institute, brings out huge number. We need such a kind of a big institute where a short course, a medium course, and a long course, all the courses are there, and people who are interested in that can join. But is it possible to bring in that kind of a big institute by an individual here? Probably, I thought our Honorable Minister KTR would be here to suggest that, but you are there who can represent my words. Like, the industry and the government should join together and start a huge industry to churn out a great talent here. And that institute should be totally independent, and it shouldn't be governed by any of the government or other bodies. It should be a very independent body. That's what I thought. To feel proud, our Ramoji Film City is there. That is one man's dream that has brought such a great studio here. I don't know whether you are aware, 6 of the floors now has been given on a long year's contract to Star TV for their production work. And every TV house is looking for floors. Hyderabad is in depth of floors. We need a lot of floors here and studios. And one of the TV channels have contacted me that they want 3 floors. They want to make a contract for 3 years minimum, extendable to 60 years. This is what they are asking. And so much of work can happen if an infrastructure, we are lacking in infrastructure. Infrastructure has to be improved here. And all this, why I'm telling is government has to join. Individuals, as a studio business, is not a very viable business. So government has to join in all these things, in improving the screens. If my Telugu producer colleagues can excuse me, subsidies should not be given for films. Now subsidies should be given for screens. We have to improve a lot of screens on the rural side. And the content, see, we will go into huge profits even by making above average content when the screens improve. I mean, I don't mean only the cinema screens. The screens, what we are going to get in the next few years when the 4G comes in, it is going to be very, very different scene. Screens will be multiple. So all those revenues will come back to our content makers. And if KTR was there, there were a few more things, but still I can speak to him one-on-one. Thank you very much for this opportunity, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. Next speaker I would invite is Rajiv Chilaka, founder and managing director of Green Gold Animation Private Limited.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk here. I would like to. I think this is a great initiative in the first place. Like, we're looking at how to make Hyderabad hub for media and entertainment industry. I think when you think about India as an outsider, the first thing that when you look at India, you look at Indian culture. You look at the vibrant colors that our art brings. An image of Taj Mahal comes to your mind, which is a piece of, art. So I think in the past centuries and eons of time, we have seen that Indians have created the greatest pieces of art, whether it's sculptures, whether it's paintings, whether it's stories, whether it's mythology. There is nothing that is not there in our culture and arts. I think a lot needs to be continued in that front in terms of arts. I am creator of Chota Bheem, so my perspective a lot could be from animation perspective, but I think that is very important. I think Hyderabad employs more than 20,000 people who work in animation, gaming, and VFX, and probably more in the multimedia space. So this is a very important aspect. So far, when we look at as far as animation is concerned, there are more than 400 million children in India. Yet the content that is being produced for kids is very, very minimal. And I think even we have made 4 attempts at the box office to produce animated films, And but all 4 times we haven't made any money at the box office, but we are committed to the cause of kids, and we like to produce more and more content for kids, and we'll be continuously doing that. Thank you. At the same time, I think definitely our infrastructure needs to improve. Our arts need to be promoted. I think I've heard from Mr. Jayesh this morning that we're looking at big art institutes coming to Hyderabad. I think that would be the first step in the right direction to promote arts. And we need to create a manpower which is excellent, in not just in in performing arts, but also in other vocational arts, whether it is drawing, painting, illustrations, and different art forms, whether it's animation or even gaming and animation combined, software and animation combined to make games. So all these are very important aspects, and all these need to be promoted. I think probably it will be good to see competitions being held at state levels for children, for drawings or illustrations. It's good to be getting a Chief Minister's Award for the best painter in, it could be best painter in Telangana, it could be children, it could be done at a statewide level. But I think these kind of things will pave the way for a better art culture. I think when we are a very young state, Telangana has it is an image which is more built around Hyderabad and stuff. But I think tomorrow when we look at Telangana, I think we all should be proud that we belong to this state, and this state should represent, a state that promotes arts and culture. It should, when we think of Telangana, it should be a colorful image, what we have in mind. Already, we have one of the most wonderful, the Telugu film industry already is here. But I think there's a lot more that we can do to promote arts across Telangana, and we must do a lot of things towards that. Pretty much that's all I would like to say. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rajiv. We have our last speaker, Hemant DP, COO, Cargo and Logistic Business, Head Aerospace Industrial Park, Asia Pacific Flight Training Academy.
Good afternoon. First of all, I work for the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport, and in case you folks are wondering what am I doing here in a media and entertainment session, well, RGIA is a PPP, Public-Private Partnership venture. 26% of our airport is owned by the state and central government. The airports are always taken as development growth engines for the city and the region. And towards this, the old development models used to be that you have a city and you build an airport to cater to it. And the new development model is that you build an airport and then build a city around it. Now that's easier said than done. So towards this, we got this mandate 8 years back when we started the airport. Most of you would have seen the airport. It's got a 5,500 acre campus, and that's not just given just to fly the airplanes. It is to build that robust economic ecosystem. Towards this, the master plan was to create various ports, such as the aviation park, the aerospace park, a hospitality district, we have a hotel there, and of course the cargo and logistics and all those stuff. But along with that, two very important parts is an entertainment port as well as an education port. Now this entertainment port is on the way to developing a world-class theme park, a media city, and an entertainment district. Towards this, we're in discussion with various world-famous entities. But other than just the real estate, it's also important to note that airports act as hubs for the whole country. If you look at it, a small country like UAE has Dubai, which caters to, believe it or not, close to 70 million passengers and over 3 million tons of cargo. Now, if you look at India, The largest airport that we have doesn't cross 40 million. Now you would wonder how UAE with less than, or Dubai with less than 4 million population is able to move 70 million people. Simple thing is they've developed themselves as a hub, as a business hub. If you look at Abu Dhabi or Ras Al Khaimah, they've developed fantastic media and entertainment cities. And if you look at any major news channels, CNN, and so on and so forth, they advertise about it. Of course, they give tax incentive, tax breaks, good IT systems, communication, and so on and so forth. And also there are pretty big banner movies like, Sex and the City was shot in Abu Dhabi, featuring Etihad Airways, as well as Abu Dhabi as a city. And now it's a household name. In Hyderabad, we are proud to say that we have the second largest film industry in the country and one of the largest in the world. Our airport itself, at least twice a week, we have a film being shot there. In our headquarters at the Aero Towers, at the terminals, sometimes in the night after the flights are gone. And it is done so because it's a very modern setup. It looks good on screen. And sometimes I know that they've been shot and shown at some foreign airports as well. So with this thriving business that is already happening here, and with this modern airport here, and as you would know that your airport has been ranked among the top 3 airports in the world for the last 8 years. So with these infrastructure and the land bank available and the government support, we would surely like to pitch in towards this industry's development, not just by having a runway which connects people around the world, which it does. We are able to connect now 24 to 48%, within 24 to 48 hours, about 80% GDP producing areas of the world from Rajiv Gandhi International Airport, both for cargo and passengers. And aerospace is a developing business here, pharma is a developing business, and IT is a developing business. But I think media and entertainment has been an established, developed business here. So an airport, along with the mandate that has been given by the government, the land space it has, and our pitch of developing an airport city with the entertainment and a media port as one of its signature ports would go a long way in helping developing Telangana state as well as Hyderabad, and would be more than happy to cooperate in any way possible. Thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
I really thank you all the speakers because we are really in time, and generally it doesn't happen. I'll just sum it up in 2-3 minutes, and then we have 10-15 minutes to question answers. I welcome, please think to ask any of the panelists, including me, to ask some questions. It was good that there's certain good thoughts are put before the audience here on how to make Hyderabad and Telangana as a hub. Rasul Pukuti has said that why not the Indian content be as quality and beat at the global, for which Rajiv has answered with his Chota Beam, and the content can be created from here. We have stories to tell. I can tell you one thing, though I'm not really a filmmaker like you guys, but the next era is ours. Our stories can be told to the world. India is becoming powerful. People are watching India. We must tell our stories. Nobody denies, as Rajiv said, we have lots of culture, lots of nuances of culture world will know. In fact, there is a lack of depth in the big film industry in the world. We can create our stories, but only thing is it has to be professional. You have to have global teams, as I said, then our content can go, as the two speakers have said. I think Allu Arvind brought a very interesting point, that the script writing lacks. Yes, I agree with you. But at the same time, I fully agree with him. And in a course like script writing, that the state should invest. I agree with you because people don't pay. It's a long-term course. Today's script writing skills in England or America have come to this level because universities in the East Coast, West Coast, in their regular communication curriculum have spent years of study on script writing. At the same time, the Telangana government is planning to come up with some policy, including the Film Commission and a film school, which we will
unveil in a couple of months, of course, consulting the stakeholders like you. But as Allu Arvind said, that there is a scope for the, this New York Film Academy kind of institutions where there is a short-term course, medium-term course, which can lead to several skills, not just in the script writing, but in the direction, acting, sound, editing, everywhere. And I myself studied a 3-month course there. In fact, last couple of years ago, just before becoming Telangana, I was in New York with the director. But director himself, I said, Hyderabad will be a good place for you to expand because they've already expanded into one of the Middle East countries, Qatar or UAE. I do not, he was telling me that we are just signing with this country. But that time, I was not with Telangana or didn't have the guts to tell, yes, you come, I can make help. But that kind of a collaboration with New York Film Academy or any such institutes, it should be from the industry. Yes, at the same time, I agree that Telangana government should think of schools or introducing in the universities, in the public sector, in the model of National Film School in Calcutta and Pune. But industry also can do this, where the courses are done are short-term and more commercial. Maybe certain faculties like script writing may not attract many people, but a lot of actors, a lot of directors would pay and take the courses. So they can go in hand in developing the content creation. Finally, Lohita Sujit was talking already. She is with the Motion Picture Association. She wants to collaborate with us in making a Telangana policy of film or entertainment development. I fully welcome her. And she already has drawn up a kind of a, organogram how the policy should go. I'm a policy advisor to this government. I take fully, and you're most welcome to meet me anytime. And please ask any questions. Before that, I just want to say, the panelists and we missed one area, is the important area, the distribution. Distribution business, I fully do not know, but one thing is that you have to distribute some more good films also. I saw Sound of Music coming from a Warangal boy, all the way taking a train and seeing it in NTR New Theatre in the late 60s. McKenna's Gold in Warangal. There is a theatre in Warangal, it only showed Hollywood films. Every Friday it used to change. We must, now I am in Hyderabad last 7-8 years, it's very difficult to see some good films which are released even in the Oscar season. I think you can sell good content even in Hyderabad. I think if Hyderabad has to be a global city with so many people coming and living, we must distribute some good films from anywhere in the world, apart from our own films outside. Thank you. Anybody for, please raise your hand.
Yeah, my name is Sohan Roy. I'm basically a filmmaker. I made the first 2D, 3D converted movie in India, Dam 999 in 2011, and it got 5 Oscar shortlisting also. But unfortunately, after the first show, it took almost 1.5 years for me to convert this movie from 2D to 3D. But after the first show, we decided to remove the 3D version from the theater because of the compressed formats in the theater and the loss of the 50% loss again due to the 3D projection. After that, almost 4 years, I traveled all around India and abroad to attend this kind of conferences, seminars, discuss how to upgrade our system. And by that time, China was just emerging. Now we saw how China emerged to the top. But nothing happened in India. So 1.5 years back, exactly 18 months back, I decided to stop attending conferences, seminars, to do something my own. So I took one of the 35-year-old theater in Trivandrum, converted it into the India's first double 4K projection theater in 5 months. And Bahubali collected 3 crores from that theater. That's a record in India. I took over the Kerala's Pride studio, Mohanlal's Vismaya Max, which was running on lows those days. In exactly 2 months, we revamped it, converted it as the Kerala's #1 studio. Now almost 90% of the movies happening in that theater, in that studio. We took over Epic one 3D studio is there. which makes almost 70% of the 3D movies in India. It was also on loss. Now we converted it into the India's best animation VFX studio with almost 350 workstation in single shift. Yes, 2 days back, Spielberg Studio came. They decided to offload $1 billion worth of jobs to India through us. But thing is, we don't have talent. Question is, and also Chinese government has offered for 5,000 movie conversion, 2D to 3D conversion. But where is the talent? So we decided to go for a new project called Project Indiewood. It's an integration of the entire Indian film industry to revamp the entire studios. It's a $10 billion project. 10,000 screens are to be revamped. So it is going to be happened in Ramoji Film City in September end. My question to all the people, what support you can provide to this project? There is a talent hunt happening. It's a film carnival, 4 days film carnival. What kind of support you can provide to this project to make it successful in 5 years, so that by 2020, it's a vision 2020, we can make Indian film industry on top of the world without any doubt. Because if a 35-year-old theater can make 10 times profit with just 5 months conversion, this magic can be happened all over India. So I invite everyone to this event at Ramoji Film City, and along with, I need all the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a good comment. I think industry should take a look at it, and if government has to do anything on that, I would leave it at that. It's as a comment to the industry. But I request other speakers to be very focused questions to any of the panelists, please. Yes.
Check. Hello, my name is Aparna. I've come from Chennai. I'm a graduate in media, so I have this question for Mr. Chilaka. So you were talking to us about animation and movies. You need more emphasis on art and all of that. But I personally feel an animated movie in India, say even if it's done by superstar Rajinikanth, it doesn't run as much as probably Disney's Frozen, which is basically focused at children. So some content like Chota Bheem on television is far more in reach than on a large screen. So why do you think that is, sir?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Hello. I think I'll just tell you one fact that in India, you mentioned about Frozen. All Chota Bheem films have collected more money in India in theaters than Frozen did in India. So I think that's a big achievement. I think Chota Bheem films releases in India have collected the highest for an Indian animation created film. Second, it is a continuous evolution for animation films, and we have to develop that culture in India that children need to go to theaters. If you see worldwide, you see parents do take children to theaters for animated films a lot more than in India. They are not doing that. Also, even adults go and watch animation content. So, number one, when we make any animation film in the future, we are going to aim for the world audience. And for us, this is a starting step to aim at the Indian audience. And while we're doing this, we are learning how to make films for children. I mean, we are developing all aspects of our filmmaking skills, whether it's storytelling, whether it's music, whether it's backgrounds or action sequences. So while we're doing all this, the bigger aim is for the future that we will aim to make films, animation film for global market, and that's the aim. And all these, whatever you have seen so far from us, there have been just small steps in that direction. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. I think Rahul, Rasul Pukuti also would like to comment upon.
Yeah, I think she asked a very important question, because I am a board member to the Children's Film Society of India. We just had last week we had a very, very long brainstorming session with the newly appointed chairman of the Children's Film Society of India. And it's a body that makes children's films, or supposed to support children's film in India. How many films made by Children's Film Society of India has been shown to the children of India? or how many of us know about, there are 200 films in the kitty of CFSI, but none of it has come out, none of us we have watched. And especially referring to films like Frozen or films of that kind. See, there's a history to Hollywood, especially those kind of films that are, those kind of franchises that are coming in. It has a history. The history is that there's an illustration. An illustration is converted into a television content, and from the television content they have gone to a bigger scenario, like a projection of it into film. And the minimum budget of that goes from $200 million to $400 million. And we are not able to pitch something like that. I mean, you would know it better. We will not be able to pitch something like that. And a children's film that is coming from Hollywood is not actually a children's film. That's actually also adult content. If you look at Superman, Spider-Man, look at film like Avengers. I think it's one of the most violent films that children should watch. But those are considered to be children's content. But their whole idea is that if you are able to catch the fascination of one child, it is three tickets, and the allied business along with it, So I don't think Indian content makers are looking at business in that way. They want focus on the child, They don't want violent content to be given to them. So we ourselves have attached a certain culture's value to the content that we make. Of course, our budget is low, but also we are culturally very, 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 very conservative in what our kids want to expose. So that merchandising, of course, is a huge. I mean, films like the cars, for example. One piece of car is costing more than the film ticket. So they are not even looking at the film business. They're looking at the franchising aspect of it. So it's a completely different ball game, when you look at it. But I'm very happy that Indian content, film, especially the children's film content that's been made in India by the private entities and private filmmakers, are actually not focusing on the violent content that Hollywood counterpart is making it. And we should be happy about that.
I am Nagabala Suresh Kumar, founder, chairman for Television Federation, as well as a member for Sini Katha Hakkula Vedika. Recently, I have been nominated for Children Jury conducted by Children Film Festival, Film Society of India. During that time, we have observed so many lessons of Indian film industry. We have requested them, why you are not producing children films? As Rasul said just now, the children films having lot of potentiality in India. More than 35 crores of population is below the age group of 15 years. All kind of products having great celebrity in India, but the producers are not coming forward to make children films.
Be short.
Even
be short and focus to who are you answering?
Okay.
Panelists, and what is the question?
Just. The question is straight. Why the Indian film producers, directors are not concentrating to produce children films? We are thinking about Bahubali. We are talking about Bahubali. Just Bahubali is a great film. But the 35 crores of population in India is below the age group of 15 years.
We understood all the statistics.
Okay.
What's the question?
I am concluding this point. 118 television channels are at present running in Telugu television industry. Even our Telugu channels are not thinking about to produce children serials. This is the great painful fact. Now, straight question to our Honorable Apparao Garu. Whether our Telangana government is thinking to declare the film and television industry as an industry. Straight question. First of all, you have to declare the film industry as a industry. It is on paper now. We required our appeal and our submission, humble request. You declare the industry as an industry. Don't call, unless you declare as an industry, don't call it as an industry. It is organization. Thank you very much.
So I think since he talked about the children in the films, I'd like Alu to and Lohita to answer, and then I'll answer on the industry issue.
You have asked two questions, so one question he gave to me, probably other one he will ask. We are here to do business. At the first point, we are here to do business. When it is paying, I would have made children films by now, believe me. Because I only distributed his films in theaters. And I had to apologize him on the second week that I'm unable to continue because there is no reception for those films, where in TV it is a big hit. It is a growing industry. I mean, your question is right, but probably after 10 years, it won't be like this. We are growing our children. See, most of those films which are produced there, merchandising is 150%, and cost of the production is 100%. The merchandising is not developed here. So we can't depend on the merchandising because we are localized, local language. It's not all India. And so many other factors are there. If it is working, me and Suresh Babu would have been making children films by now. So it's not working out. It's working out for particularly these children channels, and they are producing for that.
I would like to add one small point, because this is exactly one point that we've been discussing with Children's Film Society. When is the last time we saw a children film? I wouldn't say that after Tare Zameen Par, if you can catch that as a children's film, which superstars in the country has supported a subject like that? You know, so that a producer can come forward, a distribution chain is assured of returns, or a exhibition system is assured of showing it, so that people can come to the theater. None. One chiller party and one Tare Zameen Par. It's been years. Like a major star is backing content like that. So what we have decided to do in Children's Film Society now, we are looking at private partnership. There's only a certain amount of budget the government is allocated, and we have almost allotted more than 3 times the budget which was normally allocated, so that we can make quality content. And we are also inviting private producers, and we are also approaching stars that if there is right content, to support, so that our children's film, all of us are parents. We want our children to watch good content. So that is in the offing with the new government and their policy and their thought process. It is happening. I would say it's an appeal to the whole industry, whether that is producers, content makers, stars, to come forward and back, not just an Amir Khan, but everyone can come forward and back content of that kind.
Lohita wanted to also say something, so please.
I'll make it quick. I think when it comes to children's content, we really need to look at a change in the screen. What's happening today in television is that if you look at children's content, they're really targeting a 500 crore advertising industry. And that's huge potential when it comes to producing that kind of content. And lastly, I think it's very important to, address the fact that children do watch a lot of television. So, if you're looking at doing content for children, I think you should start small and then, think big later.
Coming back to as far as Telangana government is concerned, the only big event Children Film Society does, we are still hosting in Hyderabad as a policy, and we'll continue to help them. And second thing, I really did not understand why it is not treated as industry, but while making the film policy, which we will do in a couple of months, we'll really examine what aspects of industry does not cover the film industry. And definitely we will look into it and in our new policy. And if industry leaders, please, if you have understood exactly what is the meaning of treating as industry, we are most welcome. And please, you can come to my office and advise, and we'll put it in the policy framework. Before we close, she has a brief announcement, please.
Before we close the session, thank you, sir. May I direct your attention onto the screen for a small audio visual on Gaming Tower Telangana. Can we please have the AV? Thank you to all our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a huge round of applause to all our panelists? What an interactive session it has been, and so very well moderated by Mr. B.V. Paparao. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, may we please invite you for lunch. It's being served in the foyer area. But may I also request you to kindly reassemble in the hall by 2 p.m. sharp, where our next session, Enabling the Digital Content and Creative Ecosystem in Telangana, shall begin. I repeat that, please reassemble the hall by 2 p.m. sharp in about 45 minutes from now for our next session. Please do enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Experience the extraordinary. Where creativity meets technology. When ideas meet innovation. To create entertainment spectaculars beyond imagination. Magical moments.
Namaste, India.
Electrifying experiences.
Make some noise!
Mesmerizing audiences.
Is everybody having a good time?
Unifying communities. Making the impossible possible. Wishcraft. Believe in the power of dreams. Experience the extraordinary. where creativity meets technology. When ideas meet innovation. To create entertainment spectaculars beyond imagination. Magical moments.
Namaste, India.
Electrifying experiences.
Make some noise!
Mesmerizing audiences.
Is everybody having a good time?
Unifying communities. Making the impossible possible. Wishcraft. Believe in the power of dreams. One dream. One legacy. One pilgrimage. One world.
Good evening, Amsterdam. Good evening, Dubai. Good evening, Yorkshire. Good evening, Bangkok. It's very nice to see you all. Thank you, Toronto, for all the love, and more love.
Welcome to IIFA!
The International Indian Film Academy. IIFA, as it's more popularly known, was created to take Bollywood to the world. And our mission was clear. To celebrate and showcase the Indian film industry. And honor legends for their accomplishments.
I feel I still have a lifetime ahead of me. I'm miles to go before I sleep.
इस मोमेंट ने मुझे बहुत इमोशनल हो गया हूँ मैं भाइयों. He's the best.
Thank you for giving me so much love that I don't miss my parents anymore.
If someone like me can get this far, then impossible is nothing. Dream on, guys.
This is a fascinating award to win.
Over the years, IIFA has exploded into a 3-day weekend of non-stop action and entertainment. IIFA Rocks is a unique culmination of fashion and music that truly lives up to its name. Celeb outings and interactions make it an unforgettable experience for fans in the city. Film screenings give Indian cinema the platform it deserves to be showcased to the world. Workshops bring together Indian and international stars to share knowledge and experiences. The green carpet leaves most red carpet events in the shade with its glitz and glamour overdrive. Weekend with the Stars is a televised show that features film stars indulging in a host of activities that highlight the destination. And then there's the jewel in our crown. The one and only IIFA Awards.
There have been awards and awards and awards and so many awards. But this is one award that the whole film fraternity looks forward to.
This star-studded extravaganza is the most keenly awaited and coveted award of the Indian film industry.
I think I'm living a dream.
May the magic of IIFA go on for decades and decades more, and hopefully I'll be a part of it too.
This definitely makes me feel like I'm definitely on the right path.
Sardar! Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, this is just the beginning.
IIFA brings the biggest Indian and international film stars together on the same stage.
Namaste, India. Valo.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love you, India. I love your people.
I believe in IIFA's vision, one people, one world.
I am bowled over tonight by the sheer power of the Indian films across the globe.
With our vision of building bridges between countries, communities, cultures, and businesses, to one people, one world. Environmental and charity initiatives help us to do our part and give back to the world. Global media loves IIFA, following us everywhere we go.
From the shores of Mumbai to the lakes of Toronto, Bollywood's biggest stars are in Canada.
It's not just an awards ceremony. The event is a cross between the Oscars and Cannes, with music workshops, fashion shows, and film premieres.
The first time in the event's 15-year history that the Indian Film Academy has gathered in the United States.
The three-day extravaganza draws the top movie stars of Bollywood, as well as several Hollywood stars.
It's absolutely magical.
This is the IIFA.
With press conferences, media briefings, and green carpets galore, we ensure that the media always has more than enough lights, camera, action. Social media keeps the fans all over the world connected, no matter where we are. With record-breaking activities online, IIFA creates unrivaled media presence and visibility for both sponsors and hosts. Helps raise the profile of the host destination, especially among global South Asians who form 17% of the world's population. No wonder then, that has emerged as one of the most unique and powerful ways for a destination to market itself.
We are very happy that this IIFA event is being held in Malaysia.
The number of visitors from India almost doubled compared to the same period last year.
We in Singapore feel very proud to host this incredible event.
IIFA has made an excellent choice
to bring this event to Amsterdam.
The whole weekend has been a celebration of the astounding creativity and global reach of Indian cinema.
We welcome you with open arms to see our land, meet our people, and share our story.
Welcome to the greatest city in America. This is Tampa.
It's not surprising that over its 15-year journey, IIFA remains the only Indian media property that is hotly contested with international bids every year.
We very much enjoyed working with IIFA to bring the awards to Ontario. And if it's possible for you to host the IIFA Awards, I highly recommend that you seize that wonderful and rare opportunity. It is quite simply magical.
So hop on board with IIFA and get ready to thrill the world.
ఇది పొంగల్ కాదు, వెన్న ముద్ద. చూడు నోట్లో ఎలా కరిగిపోతుందో. ఇంకో ప్లేట్ ఆర్డర్ చెయ్యి.
నళిని, ఇంకోటి ప్లీజ్.
నువ్వు ఈ రెస్టారెంట్ని చూసుకున్నప్పటి నుంచి ఇది భలే బాగుంది. నీ ఫుడ్ తినడానికి జనం ఎక్కడెక్కడి నుంచో వస్తున్నారు. అయితే నాకు ఒక విషయం అర్థం కాదు, నువ్వు ఇప్పుడు కూడా లంచ్ బాక్సే తెచ్చుకుంటావే?
సాయంత్రం ఇంటికి రండి, కారణం చెప్తా.
ఏం రుచమ్మా, ఇతని చేతుల్లో ఏదో మహత్యం ఉంది.
మహత్యం ఉంది, కానీ నా చేతుల్లో కాదు, అమ్మ చేతుల్లో.
సరేలే, రేపటి నుంచి నేను 2 లంచ్ బాక్సులు తయారు చేయనా?
ఇంటి భోజనం ఇంటి భోజనమే. ఫార్చ్యూన్ ప్లస్ సన్ఫ్లవర్ ఆయిల్.
The passion you live every day with is the passion that inspires us at Renault. Renault, passion for life.
ಇದು ಚೌಚೌ ಬಾತಲ್ಲ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಕರಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ತರಿಸು.
ನಳಿನಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ನೀನು ಈ ಹೋಟ್ಲನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಜನರು ದೂರ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಲೂ ನೀನು ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಊಟ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತೀಯ?
ಸಂಜೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಏನು ರುಚಿ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಇವನ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾದೂ ಇದೆ.
ಜಾದೂ ಇರೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸರಿ, ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಊಟದ ಡಬ್ಬ 2 ಕಳಿಸ್ಲಾ?
ಕಳಿಸಿ.
ಮನೆ ಊಟನೇ. ಫಾರ್ಚೂನ್ ಸನ್ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಆಯಿಲ್.
Introducing QNet, a company dedicated to helping you break free of the past and start living. With more than 30 different brands sourced from around the world, QNet gives you the opportunity to pursue your passion, to follow your dreams, and start living again. Our products are tested and certified internationally to ensure that you get the highest quality products and services that help you and your family live better lives.
ഇത് നെയ്യപ്പല്ല, നെയ്യ. എന്റെ വായിൽ ഇത് അലിയുന്നു. ഒരു പ്ലേറ്റ് കൂടെ ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യും. നീ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം ഈ റെസ്റ്റോറന്റ് വളരെ ഫേമസ് ആയി. ഇവിടുത്തെ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി എവിടുന്നൊക്കെയോ ആൾക്കാർ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്നാലും ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രം എനിക്ക് പിടികിട്ടുന്നില്ല. നീ എന്താ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കുന്നത്?
വൈകിട്ട് വീട്ടിലേക്ക് വാ, ഞാൻ പറയാം.
എന്തൊരു ടേസ്റ്റ് അമ്മേ. ഇവന് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക കൈപുണ്യമുണ്ട്.
കൈപുണ്യമുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എനിക്കല്ല, അമ്മയ്ക്കാണെന്ന് മാത്രം.
അപ്പൊ നാളെ മുതൽ 2 ലഞ്ച് ബോക്സ് പാക്ക് ചെയ്യാമല്ലേ?
ആയിക്കോട്ടെ. വീട്ടിലെ ഭക്ഷണത്തിന്റെ സ്വാദൊന്നും വേറെ തന്നെയാണ്. ഫോർച്യൂൺ സൺഫ്ലവർ ഓയിൽ.
Welcome home. A home as beautiful as your lovely smile and energetic as your fluttering heart. A place inspired by you, where everything is designed and crafted, keeping your each and every requirement in mind. Welcome to Raj Pushpa Atria, a home that touches the heart. Let your soul discover the joy of wide driveways and enchanting landscape. Surrounded by lush greenery, Raj Pushpa Atria is nestled in the most premium and sought-after location of Hyderabad. let the sun shine on you, and let the gentle breeze elevate you to a world far away from the ordinary. Live the fabulous life. Luxurious and spacious apartments designed to perfection. Special attention has been given to ensure privacy and free-flowing space so that every apartment looks out to an open view. Every corner and nook whispers the song of immense passion and care put into the creation of these 1,103 heavenly bodies. The positive energy of the place nourishes the body and soul. Unwind in style at the state-of-the-art clubhouse. The grandeur of the place shall never cease to surprise you. You deserve to be where you wanted to be.
இது பணியானல்ல பனி வாயில கரையுதுப்பா. இன்னொரு பிளேட் சொல்ல.
ஒன் மோர் ப்ளீஸ்.
நீ வந்த அப்புறம் இந்த ரெஸ்டாரண்ட் எங்கேயோ போயிடுச்சு. சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு மக்கள் எங்கெங்கிருந்தோ வராங்க. ஆனால் ஒரு விஷயம் மட்டும் எனக்கு புரியல. நீ ஏன் தினமும் இந்த டப்பால இருந்து சாப்பிட்ற?
சாயந்தரம் வீட்டுக்கு வாங்க சொல்கிறேன்.
என்ன டேஸ்ட்டுமா? இவன் கையில் ஏதோ மந்திரம் இருக்கு.
மந்திரம் இருக்கு, என் கையில் இல்லை, அம்மா கையில்.
அப்போ நாளையிலிருந்து 2 டப்பா பேக் பண்ணிடலாமா?
கண்டிப்பா.
வீட்டு சாப்பாடு வீட்டு சாப்பாடு தாங்க. ஃபார்ச்சூன் சன்ஃப்ளவர் ஆயில்.
క్యాన్సర్ బారిన పడి ప్రాణాలతో పోరాడుతున్న పేషెంట్లకు మనోధైర్యం చేకూరుస్తూ ఉపశమనం అందిస్తున్న స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్. బాధితులను ఆత్మీయ స్పర్శతో హక్కును చేర్చుకుని ఆశ్రయం కల్పిస్తున్న స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్ సేవలను ఎక్కువ మంది వినియోగించుకునేలా మనం అంత ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. అలాగే పెద్ద మనసుతో వారికి చేయూతనందిద్దాం.
స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్, యాడింగ్ లైఫ్ టు లివింగ్. డొనేషన్స్ కై సంప్రదించండి.
Wake up to new aspirations. Shake hands with the world with an unflinching zeal. Driven by a vision that's futuristic and unparalleled. NCC Urban epitomizes the very essence of redefining urban lifestyles. Powered by rich parentage. We have spread our wings pan-India and globally, and in the process created a niche brand name synonymous with landmark projects fueling constructions that have redefined urban landscapes across India. Our projects across India reflect magnitude, grandeur, eco-friendly environs, and engineering excellence. From inception to completion of the project, NCC Urban takes the utmost care and has a proven track record of delivering benchmark marvels with top-notch quality and world-class amenities. NCC Urban is one of the most preferred destinations for customers because of our stringent, superior quality compliance. Transparent documentation, on-time project completion, and uncompromised business ethics.
NCC Urban provides a futuristic home with world-class amenities that makes NCC Urban way ahead of the rest.
In general, dealing with builders in India is an absolute nightmare. However, owning a home with NCC Urban has been both transparent and hassle-free. I'm glad we made the right choice.
At NCC Urban, it's a very vibrant environment with wonderful amenities.
NCC is a great place to maintain a healthy work-life balance.
Life at NCC Urban is great.
our upcoming projects are going to set new benchmarks for the future projects to come. And engineering that's inspiring, touching and enabling millions of smiles. Live it up right here with NCC Urban.
NCC Urban offers a vibrant environment to all its residents. Life is awesome.
We are one of India's largest and most admired real estate players. We are NCC Urban Infrastructure Limited, shaping urban lifestyle.
who are still in the foyer area to come and take your seats. We are about to begin our next session for the day.
Maha Cement, India's most promising brand.
మరణం అనివార్యమైన క్యాన్సర్ పేషెంట్లకు ప్రశాంతమైన ఆశ్రయమిచ్చి కౌన్సిలింగ్, మెడిసిన్స్ అందిస్తూ ఆధ్యాత్మిక ఆహ్లాదకరమైన వాతావరణం మధ్య వారి కుటుంబ సభ్యులతో సంతోషంగా గడిపే వీలు కలిగిస్తూ మరణం వరకు ఉపశమనం కలిగించే సేవలను ఉచితంగా అందిస్తోంది స్పర్శో స్పైస్, యాడింగ్ లైఫ్ టు లివింగ్.
క్యాన్సర్ బారిన పడి ప్రాణాలతో పోరాడుతున్న పేషెంట్లకు మనోధైర్యం చేకూరుస్తూ ఉపశమనం అందిస్తున్న స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్. బాధితులను ఆత్మీయ స్పర్శతో హక్కును చేర్చుకుని ఆశ్రయం కల్పిస్తున్న స్పర్శ్ హోస్పైస్ సేవలను ఎక్కువ మంది వినియోగించుకునేలా మనం అంత ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. అలాగే పెద్ద మనసుతో వారికి చేయూతను అందిద్దాం.
డొనేషన్స్ కై సంప్రదించండి.
Experience the extraordinary. Where creativity meets technology. When ideas meet innovation. To create entertainment spectaculars beyond imagination. Magical moments.
Namaste, India.
Electrifying experiences.
Make some noise!
Mesmerizing audiences.
Is everybody having a good time?
Unifying communities. Making the impossible possible. Wishcraft. Believe in the power of dreams. One dream. One legacy. One pilgrimage. One world.
Good evening, Amsterdam. Good evening, Dubai. Good evening, Good evening, Bangkok. It's very nice to see you all. Thank you, Toronto, for all the love, love, and more love.
Welcome to IIFA!
the International Indian Film Academy. IIFA, as it's more popularly known, was created to take Bollywood to the world. And our mission was clear: to celebrate and showcase the Indian film industry and honor legends for their accomplishments.
I feel I still have a lifetime ahead of me and miles to go before I sleep. This moment never. He's the best.
The idea of FICCI came about in 1927 when it was set up on the advice of Mahatma Gandhi, who saw business as an important cog in the wheel of India's progress and development. Be it the founding fathers and early members who steered the federation during India's struggle for independence and then as a young free nation, or those who have guided the organization in later years, the leadership at FICCI has always engaged constructively with the political leadership of the country. From a fledgling organization before independence to date, when it is one of the largest of its kind in the world with over 250,000 members, the idea of FICCI has remained unchanged: to be the voice of Indian industry and to address issues that affect the economy. We listen. We listen to issues and concerns, ideas and suggestions of our members from Indian industry, which we represent to the government and which we use to facilitate B2B engagement with the rest of domestic and global industry. We analyze, using our exhaustive knowledge papers and extensive research, through 70 sector-specific committees and through flagship events relating to education, health, power, infrastructure, capital markets, and entertainment, among others. We study and analyze trends. We influence through sessions with the Prime Minister and the President, and with ministers for finance, commerce, external affairs, and with other ministers in the central and state governments, and through our engagement at global forums, we influence the implementation of ideas and policies that can work. We connect. We connect business opportunities with areas of need, helping Indian industry to grow. We facilitate the industry's engagement with civil society and organize relief work when necessary. With presence across the board, at home and overseas, employing our focused and vast knowledge base, we help create conditions that enable Indian industry to compete, not just domestically, but also on a global level. Our members enjoy benefits of our association with global business networks, parliamentarians, and think tanks. At the same time, we promote foreign investment in India and are the first reference point for prospective foreign investors. Across businesses and across social initiatives that promote ideas of sustainable growth, FICCI is a platform from which to launch ideas for change and development. As it is with every great idea, it's the people at FICCI that make it work, by being always ready to face new challenges, forging ahead, charting new paths. The idea of FICCI came about in 1927 when it was set up on the advice of Mahatma Gandhi, who saw business as an important cog in the wheel of India's progress and development. Be it the founding fathers and early members who steered the federation during India's struggle for independence and then as a young free nation, or those who have guided the organization in later years, the leadership at FICCI has always engaged constructively with the political leadership of the country. From a fledgling organization before independence to date, when it is one of the largest of its kind in the world with over 250,000 members, the idea of FICCI has remained unchanged: to be the voice of Indian industry and to address issues that affect the economy. We listen. We listen to issues and concerns, ideas and suggestions of our members from Indian industry, which we represent to the government and which we use to facilitate B2B engagement with the rest of domestic and global industry. We analyze, using our exhaustive knowledge papers and extensive research, through 70 sector-specific committees and through flagship events relating to education, health, power, infrastructure, capital markets, and entertainment, among others. We study and analyze trends. We influence through sessions with the Prime Minister and the President, and with ministers for finance, commerce, external affairs, and with other ministers in the central and state governments, and through our engagement at global forums, we influence the implementation of ideas and policies that can work. We connect. We connect business opportunities with areas of need, helping Indian industry to grow. We facilitate the industry's engagement with civil society and organize relief work when necessary.
Please request you all to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them on silent mode. Thank you. Opportunities for digital and creative content makers like animation, gaming, VFX players, key constraints and challenges, global comparisons, perspectives for digital ventures in Telangana, regulatory ecosystem and roadblocks, incentives for the players, key steps to enable the ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Raghav Anand. Business plan review, due diligence for companies across Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and the Indian subcontinent. He's written several articles on the Indian media sector and was the session chairperson at the Arabia Film Summit at Dubai, panel chair at NASSCOM Animation and Gaming, and key speaker at FICCI and NASSCOM conferences. Welcome, Mr. Raghav, and thank you for agreeing to moderate this session. Further up, may I invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Started Bioscope Wala Pictures and currently is working on an animated TV series being broadcasted on India's National Science Channel and developing IPs with leading writers and designers based out of Delhi. Bioscope Wala Pictures has responsibility at Green Gold Animation is to drive the company's content sales business across television networks and digital platforms worldwide. He also manages Green Gold Pictures, the theatrical film distribution arm. He pursues exciting industry partnerships, exploring new revenue streams, and monetizing in non-traditional markets. Thank you, Mr. Bharat, for joining us today. May I further invite Mr. Sridhar Mupidi, CEO of Genome and founder Purple Talk. Mr. Sridhar is the CEO of Yes Genome and the founder of Purple Talk. Yes Genome is a motivation to transform daydreams into games and spread that wonder around. Purple Talk, on the other hand, specializes in anticipating session. Our next panelist, may I invite Mr. Srinivas Kolipara, COO T-Hub. Mr. Srinivas has passion for startups and acts as an advisor to select companies in the individual capacity. He has a strong knowledge of and connection to the startup landscape in India, including incubators, accelerators, seed funds, angel networks, VCs, and other startup ecosystem players. He's got over 20 years of management experience working with international teams and projects. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Basi Reddy, Head DigiQuest. So that would pretty much comprise our moderator, our keynote speaker, and panelists. I would now like to hand over the session to Mr. Raghav Anand, requesting him to take over.
Thanks. Very excited to be here in Telangana and looking at what is really a growing industry in terms of media and digital and beyond. To the august audience and delegates here, happy to be here and thank you for joining all of us. I just want to set the stage in terms of talking about what opportunities are there, and especially we're talking about how we can create a very vibrant digital ecosystem in Telangana. So I want to start out and give a few pointers to talk about what is there in the future as far as digital is concerned, specifically for the media, entertainment, and digital industries per se. So I just want to set the tone, and then I'll invite Mr. Jayant Rajan to give the keynote address, and then we will start with the panel. So as we look at, and we are living in very interesting times because we're looking at the confluence of technology coming together with media entertainment, coming together with communication, and together it's creating a new industry which is going to spurn the investments as we talk about. So what we've done is we've identified 7 to 8 key trends which are going to shape this industry, and we're going to talk about how the next few years till 2020 is going to be driven by some of the innovations that you will see here. So to start out with, you will see that this entire industry is going to grow out on the basis of different forces. On the bandwidth side, there is 4G launching in India, and that's expected to get another 120 million in the next 3 years. On the other side, we're going to see about 520 million smartphones coming into this country. And add to that a vibrant ecosystem of short content and so on and so forth created by MCN and YouTubes and all of that. And that is going to drive an explosion in terms of digital innovations, in terms of apps, in terms of different companies that is going to come together. Specifically, you can see that our subscriber base on the internet is going to go beyond 500 million, and we are going to grow out into an industry which is going to span about 18 to 20,000 crore in the next 5 years. Now, what are the key things which are driving these? And what are the drivers? And that's what I want to just spend a minute on. The first thing you will see is once you have 500 million plus smartphones in your hands, and most of this country, and as we often talk about, is under 25, there is a clear drive towards individual consumption. No longer are we only talking about mass media. no longer are we saying what is the reach in the country, but we are talking about specific audience to whom we are spanning entertainment solutions. What does that mean for you? That means that for each one of us here, there is an opportunity to address a very unique audience, do what is called unicast, a very personalized media and entertainment service. And the other thing that is done for companies is it has reduced the entry barrier for starting up a media company. Previously, if you were to start up anything, whether it be a film, television, you needed 100 to 200 crores to start a company. But today, within about 50 lakhs of investments, you could be on with a digital entertainment company and be serving content to about millions of people. So that's the first change that we are seeing in this country of very personalized escapism. Not just group escapism, but a personalized escapism experience being created. The other thing that you will see is that content has just shrunk. Today we are talking about 2-minute videos, 3-minute videos, going on to about 20 minutes videos. The average in YouTube, about 62% of the videos is under 20 minutes. And you will see that large part of that is about 2-3 minutes of a video, which means the attention spans are coming down. And as attention spans are coming down as part of the creative industry, we need to develop content which will engage the audience then and there. And that's the challenge in our hands. We don't have 2.5 hours to engage the audience. We have a very small window. Discoverability is very less. How do we rise up to that challenge? And that's the opportunity out there. The other thing that you will see simultaneously happening as content is shrinking is the content is going across platforms, which means today content is not created just for TV or just for the box office. The content goes across multiple platforms, and add to that, the content is being tailored based on the time of the day. If you wake up in the morning, that's not the time you're likely to listen to, say, a fast-paced music number. When you're going to bed or when you're winding up, the kind of content you'll be seeing is very different. So today, the forward-looking companies are tailoring the content to look at what you consume in the mid-afternoon, what you consume in the evening, what are you consuming when you're driving to work, so on and so forth. So the art of creating content has now become very omni-platform. You're looking across platform, and it also depends on the mood of the time of the day you're consuming the content. And that again throws up multiple opportunities for digital entertainment companies. The big one is, while we all talk about the metro towns, the SEC audience, and so on and so forth, you will see that the share of rural content, rural internet users is going to be about 50 to 55% by 2020. That means specifically regional content, like what we produce here in Telugu or vernacular content. The stats are that 93% of the content being consumed in India is either Hindi or regional languages. And if you look at the advertising shift, there is a almost 30 to 40% extra advertising shift happening to regional languages. So that means anything that you guys are doing on the vernacular side of things is no longer going to be a secondary play. It can very well become the primary play in terms of what you're doing in digital entertainment. That's a big change. So we're going to look beyond the metros and the cities and how we can enable digital content. Need to get this fixed. Simultaneously, there are a couple of things happening on the gaming front, and we have people who are driving the gaming industry here, both in terms of infrastructure and also games. Having seen this cycle for the last 10 to 12 years, initially we were heavily looking to produce content, and we were doing outsourced content for the the Playbox of the world, and then talking about producing content for the large PCs and so on and so forth. But mobile has picked up in a large way, and mobile is a space where the content creative abilities of the Indian audience can be best exploited. So we're going to see a fourfold jump in terms of revenues for gaming, specifically on the mobile gaming platform. Which means if you're a film producer, if you're producing content as TV and any other medium, for example, you cannot ignore the potential of doing a mobile game. And it's not already a side thing to do when you release a movie, you just release a mobile game, but that in itself has potential not only to market the movie, but also to make money for you. So that's a significant thing that we need to keep in mind as we step into the world. And the other thing, which is very important, is if mobile phones are going to drive this market, you will see that on an average, people are spending between 11 to 15 minutes just playing games on the mobile. So that's a huge amount of time where youth is occupied, and that's the exploitation that we need to look at. And all of that means that today there are different genres. You'll see some of the companies here which have created women-focused content. There are some companies here which have created content just for, I know of a company which today, when we last did the deal, they broke about 150 to 200 crores. They were making content, they were putting it on YouTube. And can you tell me what was the target audience for them? What's the kind of target audience they were looking at? They were looking at kids between age 1 to 3. And that's the audience they were focused on. And now, anybody in the media entertainment segment will say that's a bad TG to have, who's going to do that? But all the parents would just put on that content and keep the people engaged just on the tablet. And they, they were just 4 people who made the company, and today they are raking in, and they're probably one of the largest in that space. So if you have an idea, and if you're ready to focus on a TG, make a difference, there is an opportunity out there, and nothing can stop you. And hence, with all these trends, which is going to shape the digital industry, there are multiple things where you can look at which you can build as businesses as ancillaries to what you're doing already in the media entertainment sector. The most obvious one is there is a business of entire MCN, which is running on the YouTube space, where you ride on the YouTube ecosystem, but you have unique content, and you will be able to make revenues based on the kind of reach that you have. The other, obviously, you've seen a slew of OTTs launching in India. Netflix has recently launched, but there are many regional OTTs coming out. In fact, in the next 6 months, you're going to hear at least 5 or 6 different regional OTTs coming from some of the broadcasters in the region, some of the filmmakers in the region, and also some very independent guys who put together all the content from all of you guys and then done that. So OTT is another opportunity which is coming in. The other innovation which we are seeing is in digital news. With news and shorts and few apps like that, they've really, the movement of print and TV guys saying, if there are so many million people and all of them are going to be watching news. In fact, in the morning, I was just having a conversation in a flight here. Somebody took a paper and said, this is, after 2 months, I'm actually holding a physical paper in my hand, and they are getting all their news from the apps that they've downloaded. So which means that that's a primary medium that we need to reach out to, and that's an opportunity in itself. And digital gaming, like I said, has opportunities both on the mobile front and also on the online front. But don't forget, along with that, there are other opportunities in terms of how you enable the ecosystem. For every piece of content you put out there, you need a payment mechanism. You need a billing mechanism. So there are wallets which are growing out in the space which are enabling. And wallets do a very wonderful thing. Media and entertainment is an impulse consumption. When I want it at that point in time. You ask me to take out a credit card, register, and I don't know what you're going to do with the credit card, I'm not going to do it. But if I have a cash in the wallet, and I have, for example, we've seen one of the smaller OTT guys, they tied up with an operator, and they enabled 10 rupee packs. So you use it for 3 days free and enable it for 10 rupees. And within about 1 month, they went to about 110,000 users. And within 6 months, they had crossed the 2 million mark. Of course, retentivity is a big challenge, but that's the kind of scale you can enable if you have a good payment mechanism. And add to that, what you can do today, all the device owners are open to tie up with entertainment people. So whether it be the Samsung, Micromaxes of the world, they're opening up their stores to say, if you have entertainment content, please bring it on. I'm ready to pre-publish it across multiple devices. So 3 to 4 million devices get shipped with your app embedded on it. So there are opportunities lying out there. And the big one is, again, 4G. Most of the telcos now are reaching out to the entertainment guys and saying, you have video content which will enable my data, we are ready to play. So partnerships is going to be very, very critical in this market. It's not about what you can do alone, but what you can do with the telcos, with the devices, with the established studios, and bring together an ecosystem. So if we play that, also very ably supported by the government, and I'm seeing, especially in this region, the kind of initiative which is there with the government, and we just saw the big gaming hub, T-Hub, which you will probably talk about. These are initiatives unseen in other parts of the country. And that, along with the right kind of support in terms of IP and licensing, in terms of talent, and in terms of enabling those incentives, can make this place a hub for some of the digital entertainment ecosystem. We're going to see this industry, and I'll just end on that note, grow to about just the digital media entertainment part we expect will grow to about 18,000 crores to 20,000 crores by 2020 in terms of the industry size, which means there is opportunity for each one of you to play, and enabled by the government, we might probably reach faster than that. And the big thing there is that if we get the next 2 years right, actually Telangana could be powering at least 4,000 to 5,000 crores of that particular industry. That's the opportunity, and that's the note on which I wanted to, take this session and talk about, how we are going to make that opportunity happen, and especially happen in this particular region. So on that note, I'll invite Mr. Jayesh Rajan to come and talk about some of the initiatives and how we're running that. Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to interact with you again. I would like to share government's perspective on how the sector can be grown further. In fact, many people believe that the best way government can grow a sector is by staying away from it. And examples of the IT sector and the startup world are given. The sectors did enormously well. They grew organically on their own and without any kind of support from the government. But my take is very different. My take is that government can still strategically support these sectors. Government need not micromanage. Government need not kind of create regulations which eventually become impediments. Government need not bring what in the olden days used to be called the license permit Raj. But if the support is strategic, then the sector can really benefit from government intervention. And that is the model that we wish to establish here in Telangana, that while we will facilitate it, while we will create every supporting mechanism that is needed in the sector, we would allow the sector to grow organically by the sectoral leaders, by the industry leaders, by partnerships that Raghav spoke about. So in Telangana, as many of you will be aware, this is a new state. So we are in the process of reviewing and rewriting all our policies, all our procedures. And we are in the process of reviewing our IT policy also. So we have identified certain emerging technologies where Telangana and Hyderabad have the potential of really doing well. And amongst the identified sectors, the priority sectors for the future, entertainment technology is also one of them. So the term that I'm going to use in my talk is entertainment technologies, but it covers more or less synonymously what Raghav has spoken about as digital media, but perhaps it is digital media plus something more that I have in mind. So when we prepare the policy, when we prepare our action plan, I see the role of the government in a few very critical areas, and creating infrastructure is a very, very important area. So as I had mentioned in my opening speech in the morning also, we are creating a dedicated cluster for entertainment technologies where you will have plug and play facilities, you will have raw space. If some large player wants to come and set up its own campus, lands will be available at concessional rates. The government has already created an incubator dedicated for the digital media, the gaming and animation and entertainment companies, startups. And the facility is something which I would encourage everyone to not only go and visit, but if you have an interest in commencing a startup, then that is the best place to go. Because like the T-Hub, which already is now recognized as the best startup in the country, this vertical also will run more or less on the same lines as T-Hub. And Srinivas, who is the CEO of T-Hub, will speak more about the incubator, the gaming and animation incubator that we are calling as Image. So we have a very structured program for mentoring. We have opportunity for the startup to access seed capital. And we are also planning outposts internationally so that a good startup can reach out to other ecosystems across the world. So other than infrastructure, government also has a role to take care of the manpower, the talent. Eventually what the biggest differentiator in the morning also, after the opening session got over, I was sitting somewhere amongst the audience, and one member in the audience walked up to me and told that the government should only focus on one thing, which is on education. And I completely endorse his view. I mean, it may not be the only thing, but one of the most important things that the government has the wherewithal of doing is to ensure the availability of a very large talent pool, which meets the needs of the industry. And in the morning, I remember Mr. Allu Arvind also spoke about the need for government to partner with the industry, and that is the model that we are thinking of. So for the gaming and entertainment industry, we are thinking of Academy of Arts in San Francisco, and for the rest of the film industry, as Suresh Babu Garu mentioned in the morning, they are thinking of a Center for Excellence for Talent Development. So that is something which the government will promote. So for instance, when we are talking to the Academy of Arts, we are assuring them that we will make the space available. We will also ensure certain number of seats are filled up. We will also give them certain other benefits. So we are in a way enticing international top-class institutions to come to India as their off-campus and consider Hyderabad among other Indian cities. The third role which the government can play is to provide incentives. Of course, there are limitations of using incentives to stir the growth of an industry. Incentives work for some time, but over a period of time, over a longer period of time, they actually become counterproductive. And I have seen live examples, because for many years I was handling the industries portfolio, where I have seen how small industries, etc., they become so dependent on incentives that they just don't have the appetite or the drive to really do something beyond that. But we want to use incentives as a key differentiator, only those incentives which really matter. So for example, if the industry tells us that it is a power-intensive industry, and if some incentives are provided to meet some of the power costs, we'll be willing to look at it. So we are in the middle of consulting the industry, the entertainment technologies industry, to find out what incentives will really work as a key differentiator between Hyderabad and other comparable Indian cities. And finally, the government has, I mean, this is not the typical role of the government, but in Telangana, we want that to be an important role of the government, which is that the government will also become the biggest consumer of the products and services that are made in Telangana. And we have already started doing a few such things. For example, it happened a month and a half ago. An organization made animated film, a short animated film, which has a strong message on HIV/AIDS prevention, HIV/AIDS awareness. And they used animations of film stars, actually. So they did it in different languages. So the Hindi version had the animation of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan and his voice. The Telugu version had the animation of Nagarjuna Garu and his voice, and so on and so forth. And because the whole work was done here in Hyderabad by that agency, we chose to roll out the Telugu version in all the, I spoke in the morning about the digital Telangana kiosks. So we are rolling that out in all the kiosks. So we have taken 8,000 odd CDs from them. And in every panchayat, that CD will be played. So just an example to show that how government is agreeing to become the biggest consumer of some of these products which will be made. We also have a very ambitious plan of making all our classrooms digital from grade 6th onwards. So whatever subjects are taught in the classes, like science and maths and geography and so on. So apart from the teacher kind of reading lessons from the textbooks, we also want to supplement that with some animated, with some digital content, so that the learning is sharper, the grasping is better. And obviously we will be giving opportunity to people who are operating from out of the facilities that we have created here in Hyderabad. So government itself will become a big consumer of your products and services, provided the products and services are of use to us and meet high quality standards and are priced kind of competitively. So this is the way in which government can help in bringing together, putting together that entire ecosystem. And I'm very, very confident that if the assistance or the facilitation of the government is strategic, the sector has tremendous potential to not just grow what it is growing at the pace at which it is growing now, but it can be multiplied many folds. And I'll be very happy. I know that there are many stakeholders who are from Telangana, who are from Hyderabad. I'll be very happy to join hands with them and ensure that Telangana and Hyderabad become tomorrow the hubs of entertainment technologies, not just in India, but in the entire world. So with this, I thank all of you once again, and I'm eagerly looking forward to hear from the panelists also, because they carry years and years of very rich experience with us. So I'll take my seat in the audience, but I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you very much.
So thanks, sir. I think it's really laid out in terms of what we were talking about as to the initiatives which are there. And clearly, like I said, some of the thoughts are really forward-looking in terms of infrastructure which is being created, incentives which is being rolled out. So a lot of good stuff. So when I'm sitting on this side and hearing this and looking at Telangana in itself, you have the creative industry, you have talent out there, you have the unique flavor of IT technology being there, and I'm also seeing a lot of government initiatives in pushing that out. So from an overall ecosystem point of view, do you think there are the right things in the right mix for for Telangana to sort of go out and in the next few years maybe build itself out as a hub for digital and digital entertainment services from this country point of view?
Raghav, trust me, Telangana and as well as Andhra Pradesh, both states have been trying it because the policy of this IT policy was on the gaming and animation side was there in the United Andhra Pradesh. And now I think the Andhra Pradesh is also doing the similar thing what Telangana is doing. But the advantage we have in Telangana is I think Hyderabad is a beautiful city, a wonderful city. The ecosystem here, because of the IT industry also is being big, and majority of the big companies into the animation and the gaming side are being residing in Hyderabad. So that was helping. But at the same time, they had problems in finding the right talent. So what's happening is the local IIFA University, which is the only state-funded fine arts university in the country, has come forward in selecting some good companies who have been working in the field. You know, take such as Annapurna, Ramanaidu, us and other people who are there. Also the education side is also improving. And you heard the minister and all this stuff, I mean the secretary, they're trying to bring in the international people also. To prove that beyond, even Vancouver School of Film has requested us to conduct a couple of days of workshop in Hyderabad. So Hyderabad is becoming a brand by itself. At any cost, Hyderabad is going to boom because we have the mentality of the entrepreneurs and as well as the government is helping us in the way they would like to help us.
Perfect. But Sanath, that's what I wanted to really, and you touched upon it. You know, if this particular ecosystem has to boom, the critical thing is talent, like you said.
Absolutely.
And Sanath, you've been looking at this particular space, you've been creating content. And one of the things that we usually hear here as a grouser is we have at the entry level, when we have people coming in, their talent is not quite ready. And that's across industry, but specifically in animation, gaming, and so on and so forth, they will take anywhere about 3 to 5 years before they can be, as we call, project deployable. You know, so where do we find the talent and how do we do that? And that's going to be a critical piece of this pie, right?
Just to add one thing before I pass it on, we do run an institute also with affiliated with JNFU. They don't restrict us on the course line, but they want to get the approval, basically how to do it. And the fortunate thing is because of the major people who are also in the film industry, working day in, day out in the animation side, VFXI and so forth, are the ones are also having the institutes. So what happens is the students obviously gets the best of the best opportunities working with, you know, some of the current projects. At the final years, you know, the third year, fourth year, they'll get the woofer. So that's why they will definitely going to perform better.
Correct. I think two things you're saying very significant. One is bringing in the already art school and that guys who have fine arts talent to come in. The other is people from the film and the creative ecosystem to coach them. So I think both are clearly good initiatives. But do you think talent is going to be a constraint, and do you think that's a challenge?
Fundamentally, first of all, thanks for giving me the honor of sharing this chair. I think it's a big honor. Fundamentally, in terms of talent, what I believe is, we have, our industry is based on talent. Technology supports it. Okay, talents can come from two different levels, I feel. Fundamentally, it should start from the very primary level of education, where people really develop their visual senses. Even though I work and live in Hyderabad, basically I'm from Kerala. I have an example of what really happens in Kerala. Like, we have a system of school level festivals. Okay, I think nurturing talent, the best way is to give awards to them. So we have school level festivals which will go into the state level festivals where people will perform their art, music, all those activities, and it has been recognized. Okay, as a incentive for the students. I remember I used to get 10 marks if I do a drawing competition and win it in my final exams. These things will promote people to think, oh, this is also important. This also develop an eye for a visual sense for the people, correct? Which is required for even the audience as well as who is a talented who can generate the content also. Because in my opinion, film or any of this entertainment medium is highly cultural activity, correct? It is so connected to your culture. So that development should happen in that very small level. And in a higher level, like when you say as a higher education side, I think we need to have systems where people can actually do next level of competition. That is like we will have festivals is the right thing for them. We have we do hold a children's film festival like that. If we have a first time festival in India on which focus on animation, gaming, and visual effects, give specific award for the best performance, and it should be of an international level. Okay, so there we will come to see high level of what is the current trend happening, what is the topmost thing happening there, we will be able to experience, and that's what attract people to this place. And imagine every year there is a group of people come here, which will give an exposure, and that's what make people stay back here. And that's also generate a kind of attraction to everybody will remember Hyderabad as a place to go when it comes to this. Okay, and one more level in terms of thing is the technical summits, correct? When we want to know about animation, what's happening there, people say, oh, it's the secret of the place to go, okay? So why can't we make something like that in India? We do have nearest is Singapore, but if you work on something at that level, that's also going to give technical institutions the platform to perform. Like what happens there, the technical papers are presented. So when you students or somebody who's looking for research, they really get an idea in terms of what are the things we are looking for. Okay, this kind of exposure definitely come in that this kind of summits.
Right. So you're saying something at the grassroots level, something where there are incentives, events where people can come, participate,
yes,
get rewarded,
yes,
and some international institutions of repute in here, which can, and further with creative people nurturing that.
Yeah, it should be multiple level, because top level, if you give, yes, as Mr. Ranjan said, it'll be there, and after that it goes. But fundamental strength comes after 5 years, 10 years by down the line, where we'll have a strong people who appreciate the work, what is going on. Also the talent which is extremely good, who can do really outstanding work. And I remember in India, Telangana, then Andhra Pradesh is the first state who given award for best visual effects. Okay, we have visual effects award in national award, but first time it is given in here.
Nishit, I want to ask you the other side before I go into, you were in the IT industry, and by passion you started to develop the content, animation series and beyond. And so you're clearly a guy who has been lured into this industry. One part is nurturing talent from grassroots. The other is if I'm setting up an infrastructure like T-Hub, which is being set up here, you need talented professionals to move their bases, come and settle down here, work here, or get international companies, whether it be the Disney, DreamWorks of the world, to come here and actually participate. So somebody who is already a talent, who's been in the industry for 15, 20 years, how do we get them here to Telangana?
I think there are a couple of things that I would like to say before I address exact. If you really look today, if you look at the children who are trying to pursue art as a career, 95% of their parents who are successful have never got their success in the field of art and creativity. They are doctors, engineers, lawyers, scientists, whoever they may be. So when their children say we want to pursue a career in art, I think parents are paranoid. Because how many parents get upset when their children don't get good grades in drawing or craft in school? Very few. But if you fail in history, the parent is paranoid. I mean, you are going to become history if you don't really know art, I think, in today's world. So I think that is a primary problem. And second thing is when we are talking about education, you look at the cream of the crop of the country, whether it is a chartered accountant, cost accountant, doctor, lawyer, anybody, IIT, IIM, they are all coming out from government schools and government universities. So I really think there is enough talent in India to teach people what they need to learn even in art. You look at FTI. The problem with the education system in art in India is it is run by private people whose motive is profit. Nothing wrong in that. But IITs, IIMs, the medical colleges, they are not run for profit. They are run to create good breed people in this country. So the burden, I feel, is on the government to create this. And once they create a competitive environment like IITs, and if anybody after 10 years or 15 years wants to start the business school, they are competing with something that is already the best in the country. So I think that burden rests with the government. And if you create an institute like IIT, like FTI, I really don't think you need to pick up the phone and call anybody and say, come and teach here, wherever in the world they are. And I really don't, I respect people from other side of the world, they have done great work, but I think I'm very proud to be an Indian, and I think there are brilliant people who are great artists and technologists in this country. I'm none of the above, but there are lots of them, and they would be most happy to come and participate partly, full-time, whatever as faculty, and come and train the future generations. That's my opinion.
Perfect. Wonderful. I think the real thing which you talked about, which is something I want to focus on, which is when you look at it, you also spoke about grassroots from the young ages, and doing that, you spoke about the mindset of why people don't look at, creative industries, and then parents sort of encouraging that and beyond. You're creating a series. You've successfully set up a company, and obviously, Bharat, probably you guys are the guys who sort of pioneered this in terms of the IP going across, and probably whenever I hear discussions on Indian IP, I don't miss the kind of IP that you have created. What has it taken now? Is there enough support for a genuine guy, even like he's saying, even if a guy comes from the grassroots, creates IP, sets up a company, is there enough support to take it big, take it global?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Raghav, for the question. Now, I think one of the most misguided notions about my company, Green Gold, is that we are Bombay-based. We are Telangana-based. We have a vibrant 400 people working out of our state, contributing to a national brand called Chota Bheem, and who's been the #1 children's brand for the last 9 years. Coming back to your question, I think from a government point of view or from a private point of view, this industry, especially the animation industry, you have to walk against the tide. The industry is not at all welcoming from the money perspective. Nish will tell you more on how difficult it is to get the buck for the product that you're making. And so will Basi Reddy sir. He's been in the industry for long to tell you about that. So you have to walk against the tide. And you have to perceive the problems the industry throws at you. There's a tipping point. The tipping point is when the consumers, when in our case, our clients who are the television channels, start believing in your product. And that's when they start paying you the right amount of money. Until then, it's a struggle. So if you are willing to walk on fire, you will succeed. However, said that, there are elements now the industry is matured. When we started 10, 12 years back, it was one man's vision, Rajiv. I think he was in the earlier panel sitting in the audience. He completely took his vision and created this company. But today, the ecosystem is far more mature. What I would want the government to do is to assist on multiple levels. One, give development assistance. So if somebody has a seed, somebody has an idea, help them at that level also, counsel them. Secondly, give them production assistance. I'm sure the government is already working on policy. I've been through many sessions. There's a very vibrant AVCGI group that's battling it out for us and creating a framework that will enable the next 5 to 10 years of animation and VFX industry to grow in our state. Third is the marketing assistance. Now, while we are all focused, and I'm a marketing guy, so I will talk a little more on that. We develop an idea, we produce an idea, but we need to market the idea also. So there's a lot of intelligence that can be shared within the community of animation VFX companies. I'll give you a small example. We have to think outside the box. When I say we have to think outside the box, let's take an example of Vietnam. There are less than 50 animation companies in Vietnam, and it has a population of 93 million people. So obviously, the demand is far more greater than the supply. The government, along with the companies out here from Telangana, could create an initiative which reach out to companies in Vietnam and do a co-production treaty, and then start working for them along with the Vietnamese company and start making international shows that get aired in Vietnam and in India. So that way we grow. See, the opportunities are there. How we look about those opportunities is very important.
Correct. A couple of things, just staying on with you guys, both Nishit and Bharat, you spoke about once the broadcasters start to believe in your content and few others, they start taking, that's the tipping point.
Yeah.
I mean, I interpret that to understand if you're making digital content, if a platform comes up and takes it up, and today there are many more platforms than broadcasters for that one. But I want to ask you, how difficult has it been, making a series, trying to get it across to these guys and trying to sell that. And while there are success stories, and there are many examples. So Canada, for example, with every treaty gives a lock-in period, right? It says my domestic broadcaster will buy this content if you produce the content out of here. China, there is a dedicated window for local content. We have nothing like that in this country. So how do you think, as independent people making content, you'll get it across to these platforms?
If I may, sorry, I think that, I'm really very happy to be in Telangana. I live in Bombay, I don't live here, but it is really nice that, it's a new state and you are in the threshold of a time when the AVGC industry is really going to boom. So you don't have the baggage of the past and you can create policies and thinking which can really transcend the industry to the next level. And I genuinely believe that without government support, it is never going to happen. You will have one-off chances, one or two people are going to succeed, but against one success, you will see 20 other failures, which would be detrimental for a lot of other people in the ecosystem. So, but when you're talking about international releases, I'm really very happy to share one thing, and it is a pride for India, I think, that the third largest box office collection in China last year out of Bollywood films was a movie called Delhi Safari. It was released in 1,200 screens in China. Now, if this can happen in China, we have 12,000 screens in India. Right. Where is the support to release the movie even in 600 screens in India? There is no support from nobody. And I understand the dilemmas of the theater people, because if I'm going to get 80% occupancy for the first week with the Salman film, why the hell should I show monkeys on the screen? I completely understand and I completely respect that. But somewhere, somehow, I think there are lots of, I think somebody mentioned today in the earlier session, there are a lot of single screens, there are a lot of screens who need support to become screens of today. There are a lot of parallel screens available today, iPads, smart TVs at home. There are a lot of TV channels. There is Tata Skies, there is VOD. I think if government sits with all these people, understands, and I think somewhere government needs to mentor the problems, that these are our problems and we need to help these people. If IT, I am a software engineer, but I can honestly say this, that you look at the turnover of a film called Avatar, it is more than the total turnover of the entertainment industry of India. It is ridiculous. We have much, much more people than US has. The reason is there is some ecosystem that is working over there. And I think the Indian government, if Telangana, it is a state which is fresh. If it takes up this as its own thing, the entertainment and media industry in Telangana in the next 5 years can easily equal to the turnover of the IT industry of the state. Because we are creating IPs out of all the software companies in the country. I don't think you can even name, you are from Ernst & Young, right? I don't know if you know 5 products in the IT industry of the last 40 years which have been sold worldwide, but you can have 5 films that can be sold worldwide and you never know which could become $1 billion film. So I think government support is mandatory for this industry to go, otherwise we will never grow.
I'll answer your question. We at Green Gold believe that along with being in the business of animation, we are also in the business of storytelling. I think content is the king. There is no question. To answer your question specifically as to how do we go about, breaking the ice with the channels, creating a space, creating an IP, creating a brand, it's a long process. Like any other long-standing brands in the country or internationally, everything takes a step-by-step approach. You need to consistently write good stories that reach out to children. One of the biggest affinity groups that support Chhota Bheem are the mothers.
Mothers.
Yeah. So unless until a mother approves the viewing of Chhota Bheem, the kid is not really watching the Chhota Bheem story. So we have to write, the stories are written very clean. They're peppered with a lot of Indian values which contribute about teamwork, respecting elders, being strong friendship bonds. So these are Indian values that we propagate through our programming. And the trend that the international channels that operate in India are looking for local content, localized content. See, we are a country of, such a huge country. Our own content can serve our own people. And I think that is the trend that's changing in India today.
Bharat, I want to, again, I'll probably bring Sridhar in and then probably take a comment from you also. Now, this is an interesting paradox. In the morning, we've been talking about increased screens. Oh, we have the content, but we don't have the screens to put it up. We are now talking about how government support is needed, how it's difficult to go across the broadcasters. Sridhar, in your industry, you have, 950 million mobile users or so on and so forth. Putting a content on a platform is not that difficult. You can put it on Google Play, you can put it on anything. But for your content to be discovered, for you to be able to distribute that content effectively, that is a challenge, right? How do you tackle that part?
Well, that's a good question. One of the things we have personally done is we've licensed IP, some great IP, Madagascar from DreamWorks, Star Trek from CBS. We've been able to, get that IP. I mean, you have to do some minimum guarantees, but then, these were like amazing IPs. And we built some great games on it, very high quality games. They weren't built for Indian audience, but one of our games, Star Trek Trek Souls, made a couple of $1 million. And it was all built here in Hyderabad by a very, very small team, like 10-member team, which made a couple of $1 million game, right? So, and then we're still making money from it, and we're licensing more IP right now. That's the reason I'm sitting with him. Mujhe bhi do kuch. But yeah, so there are two things, right? One, there are over 1 million apps out there in the mobile storefronts, iOS or Apple Store or Google Store, Google Play Store. And it's super crowded. Discoverability is really hard unless, as you mentioned earlier, there are two things which need to be done. For a game developer to build his own brand, like, next time the director who made Bahubali makes another movie, people are looking forward to it, right? Because they know the guy, he made Iga, then he made Bahubali, he's going to make something amazing again, right? But when an unknown developer makes a game and nobody has heard of, he's going to spend a lot of money and he's not going to make any money from it, right? Unless they do something like, tying up with an IP holder like Chota Beam or something, or I saw Vivek Oberoi somewhere, maybe working with him and leverage his, following. Basically tie up with celebrities, tie up with, big studios, because they're already spending a ton of money promoting their movie, promoting their TV show which is coming out. If you can start working with them pre-production stage itself and conceptualize your game, then there is a very good chance that people are gonna know about your game and then they will end up downloading. So that's the direction for the movie, or that's the direction for our space, at least for now. Eventually, eventually we feel like people will build their own personal brand and people will look forward to these people's games. I do have one more point I wanted to make on the talent. One great thing which happened in gaming, which in last 6-7 years, is because smartphone revolution took over the world, then it came to India, right? It's, almost everybody was using a smartphone and everybody was carrying a console. So what happened was, to build a game, the barrier to entry is incredibly low. A couple of people can sit down at their home and build a game, right? And because Indian market was non-existent 4 or 5 years back, they all started building games for rest of the world. And they were competing with international quality. So the quality of Indian developers is pretty high up right now because they were already competing internationally before they came to Indian market. Now, our problem being in Hyderabad is we are in a very, very boring city. And sorry to say that, I'm born here, I could tell you that. And we have such amazing talent in India, we need to figure out a way to get those guys to come to Hyderabad. We need to do other things, but figure out a way for us to introduce them. And like events like this are going to definitely help us, because people are going to travel, attend these events, and they're going to see, oh wow, the government is very friendly, people are friendly. Things are happening here, right? The baggage about the city should go away. Things are happening here. When people see that, then we would have more people coming in.
I think very valid. If you want to attract media, entertainment, digital, it has to be a happening ecosystem. But I want to just go back to the other point and probably invite a comment from the audience also. You made a very valid point in saying there is a need for established IPs or films or serials which are known out there to also work in partnership with the guys who are creating the digital ecosystem. For them, there are about 500 million screens to leverage. For you, there are established IPs which can be taken to a mass audience, right? Probably if I can get Suresh Babu Garu to probably a comment, sir. We're hearing these comments here where they're saying it's necessary for the established traditional industry to work with the digital guys, and maybe there is a symbiotic relationship in terms of being able, and I've seen a couple of examples of that. There are many filmmakers in Bollywood who are now looking at gaming not just as marketing, but also looking at it as a revenue stream. Then again, there are theater chains which today are putting digital kiosks outside. As they can come out, they can load the game of the movie or the digital content. So is there an opportunity for traditional and digital to work together? Just wanted your comment on that point.
See, there is an opportunity, but there is a big knowledge hole in the existing industry. We haven't really figured out how to work our visual effects still as a traditional film industry. Like what Sanath was saying, The understanding between what maybe a Rajamouli understands or a Shyamprasad Reddy understands what he needs for his film, but 95% of the film industry doesn't understand what they want. They've not been able to make that leap forward to know what is to be done in that space. Having said that, the opportunity is also there. It's shown that like way we made Iga or Bahubali or Arundhatis have tremendous opportunities. We've not been able to cash in on the merchandising or the gaming process because the industry is still very nascent there. There's a lot of talk, but we've not been able to really do that well so far.
Absolutely. I think very valid. A couple of points, which is, to say probably there is a opportunity to even educate within the traditional industry on our partnerships per se. Yeah, please. And just to sort of add on to what you...
See, there are lots of youth here, and I think majority of them from Suresh Babu's school for sponsoring the kids to come here, because this is the type of exposure they would need. Believe me, a day is going to come right around the corner where you will play either Rana or Bahubali in the movie. The game would be like you can see that you are playing in place of the character, in place of the star. Those technologies are coming here. So just like what Sridhar says, if we combine some of our big hit movies and bring in some cutting edge technology games, believe me, we will rock. We just need, synergy is what we are missing. I think if we bring in the synergy between the movie industry and the animation and VFX industry, I think it's going to get better. That's what my opinion.
Perfect. I agree with that. Srinivas, I think that sort of throws it right in your sphere. You've done the first hard part, which is infrastructure. And you created that, and really from what we see, are really world class. The other is, sorry.
See, what Sanat was saying, it's that culture which we've not yet built properly.
Right.
See, if we really build that culture of art, if it comes into the school system, then it will just flow across. See, we should not try and ape what the Americans are doing, just because they have done it. See, for example, I had done the dubbing for Lion King and Aladdin, one of Walt Disney's first dubbed ventures, and that film failed in India. The dubbed versions, we did all the South Indian languages and Hindi. It failed because at the box office, people said, this is not a people's movie. So animation was not in our culture, and that's why we are still not getting the results. And Yash Raj tried with some animated films. We should not ape what they are doing. We have to build our own culture and tell our own stories in that culture, and then see how we'll use all these platforms. That's when we'll start doing that.
Absolutely. I think the culture is going to be key in doing that. And on that comment, I just want to bring in Srinivas because, yeah, I'll just take Srinivas' comment and be able to do that. Ecosystem, very important. I think like you're saying, people have to partner, the culture has to be built. So one is the infrastructure, but you need to get the entire ecosystem built around that. And that's what is going to be key to make this happen. So
Absolutely.
How do you do that in this ecosystem? And do you think Telangana will be able to do that?
So what we have right now is we have infrastructure, right? And a government can help with a couple of things. One is infrastructure, obviously. Policies are the other. But what made T-Hub successful, what is making it successful is not the building. It's how do you create community that collaborates with each other to ensure the success of that particular industry. And one of the things that was said was, how do you get, for example, the digital effects guys to work with the movie guys? Some of that is happening, but that has to happen a lot more. The other is culturally, art is not appreciated by a lot of parents, as we said. It's a very similar problem that entrepreneurs face, is, the parents are saying, well, you can't get married if you do this particular field. And I think some of that is changing now, but we need more of that to happen. But at the end of the day, it's how do you get all of the different stakeholders that work in a particular industry to talk to each other consistently and support each other, because it's good for everyone. You can't have success without all of those different pieces working. And I think that, again, is nascent. I think it's happening now. More and more people are talking about it. So I think a lot will change shortly. I mean, we're in discussions with AVCGI here, with the film industry, and with a bunch of others. So let's see what happens.
Right. So I think those are the things. Once you bring in the ecosystem, things can happen. But I just want to sort of end this, and we are running short of time, and it's a shame because we have such a panel, and I'm sure we could have drawn a few more. But guys, I'm sure we all will be available, and we can step out and take a few questions. But the clear takeaways I want to take from this discussion, clearly talent is important. It has to be a culture. It has been driven from the ground. There has to be collaboration, partnership, traditional, digital, movies, app makers, so on and so forth. And distribution is key, like you're saying. And if you bring that all together with infrastructure, which you're doing at this point in time, the opportunity is immense. And I just want to throw a couple of those things to say, hence, I think we have an opportunity to make it a really big ecosystem here in Telangana. So on that note, Lena, over to you, and happy to, yeah, please.
There may be some final year students here. Please, STPI has set up this incubation center. It's not the best of the best price, but believe me, it's the best of the best location and a very good price. The government has coming forward. STPI has come forward to give you some kind of incentives and all that stuff. We need entrepreneurs. We need entrepreneurs in this field. Please come in. There are STPI people out there. If not, I'm available to answer any question you may need.
Right. Thank you all. Thanks for the time, and we had a very wonderful session. So I'm just handing over to you to take it forward from here. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists. What an invigorating session this was. Thank you everybody for sharing your expertise with us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next session for the day, which is titled Benefits of Film Tourism in Telangana. Please join me in welcoming on stage. Can you request all of you to maybe one photo? Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Benefits of Film Tourism in Telangana. Please join me on stage session. This is the invitation. Secretary Tourism Government of Telangana. He has held various positions in the state administration. He served as project director of the Information Technology Development Association, a wing of the state's IT department during initial years of his career in the administration. He also served as collector and district magistrate of Guntur district. He was also the commissioner in Information and Public Relations Department. He also served as managing director of the AP Health and Medical Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation. Prior to this, he was posted as managing director in the State Tourism Department. Mr. Venkatesham, can we please request you to join us here for our next session, Benefits of Film Tourism in Telangana. Thank you for joining us, sir, and agreeing. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a loud round of applause to Mr. Venkatesham. Joining Mr. Venkatesham is Ms. Lohita Sujit, Director Communications, Motion Pictures Association of America. We've already have her in our previous session. May I invite our panelist, Ms. Y. Supriya, granddaughter of the veteran actor Akineni Nageshwar Rao, Ms. Supriya's strategic and organizational vision is strong, and she presently holds the position of the Executive Director at Annapurna Studios. She has been successfully managing the activities of the studio for more than a decade and has been highly instrumental in transforming the traditional studio into a corporate environment. She's also been instrumental in setting up state-of-the-art post-production facilities in the studio. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Our next panelist, may I please invite Mr. Rajiv Jalnapurkar, CEO, Ramoji Film City. So please join us here on stage for a session. And finally, we would invite Mr. Dil Raju, film producer and distributor. He's one of the leading producers of Telugu cinema. He produces movies along with his two partners, Shirish, who's a cousin to him, and his friend Lakshman, under the banner of Sri Venkateshwara Creations. He has produced successful movies such as Dil, Arya, Bhadra, Bomarilu, Parugu, Kottabangaru Lokam, Brindavanam, and many more. Mr. Dil Raju will be joining us in just a few moments. In the meantime, I would like to hand over the session to Mr. B. Venkatesham and request him to take over.
Warm good afternoon to everybody. It's an important session in terms of film and tourism, how they bring in more incomes, more investment, and more jobs, and how overall film helps the local people. That is the major idea of having this session. We have 2-3 studio owners, and then one producer will be joining. And I'm representing the government side, working in the tourism department. So the idea for this session is how the industry and the studio owners and the producer feel. So one of the panelists have to leave. So I'll ask her to give her presentation, then the other panelists also will give their presentation, then we'll have some Q&A afterwards. Please. Lohita, she will be giving her presentation first.
Right. So I'm not going to be taking too much time. I have a flight to catch. But good afternoon, everybody, once again, and thank you for being such a good audience. We're going to be talking about something that is, in my opinion, marketing a soft power, and how probably through a state, probably through a country, how do we really exploit the soft power of India, and most importantly, the film industry, which is so strong in this country. So first, let's take a look at the environment that our industry is in. I think we're really bracing ourselves for success. We're the top 5 international box office market. But of course, you would see a huge difference between our market and China. Somebody earlier this morning projected a similar figure, so I won't really go into it. But the fact that we are in the top 5 box office markets also shows that there's already demand for, not only as a distribution market, but also for our local content. Where do you click? Okay. Great. So today what we're going to talk about first, and I think even our panelists will focus on, is how do you really exploit film tourism? In our opinion, film tourism is really the last leg. The first thing that you really need to do is attract filmmakers locally and internationally for wanting to come and shoot in your market. And typically in the world, this is driven by film commissions. Film commissions generally are supported by government, but they also have industry representatives. And what they do is they are a full-time marketing machinery, in my opinion, because they're constantly keeping their ear to the ground. They compete with each other, whether it is a film commission in a country or a film commission within a state like the United States, which I'll be talking about. And their single most goal is to ease out clearances, issue permits, make it very easy for filmmakers to shoot in a particular location. And of course, they are the nodal agency for, doling out any kind of tax incentives, benefits for attracting productions to a particular region. So this is something that the state of Telangana should definitely consider once the policies are in place. The first like I said, film commissions facilitate a single window clearance mechanism, and this is the proposed roadmap for the same, which I would request the government of Telangana to consider. It really starts with an online portal, because we want to make it very easy for a filmmaker who's currently shooting, say, in Kashmir. He may be a Telugu filmmaker, but we really want him to have access to the locations available to him in a particular territory, be it Telangana or any other state, followed by a very timely coordination from either the nodal agency or the film commission like we proposed, which is the state level film commission, and of course help the filmmaker then execute the shoot. So we're not just talking about finding a place, marketing a place, doing a great film tourism campaign, but we're actually talking about attracting the filmmaker and helping the execution go through very smoothly. That's definitely something that the industry here, could face a problem with, not only in this state, but in various other states. And I'd like to highlight an example of the California Film Commission here. I know it's a little crowded in the slide, but I'll just go through the bits. What the California Film Commission has done is mapped their website to Google Earth. It's fantastic, because today as a filmmaker, you're sitting with your scriptwriter and say suddenly you believe that you want to include a new scene, and the scene should be shot, say, in Telangana. So you're right there planning the script, and you can just go online and look for the locations online. Once you have identified your location, there's an agent or an officer in every location. So if you want to shoot on a bridge, you want to shoot in a forest, in a garden, wherever, there is a local liaison officer in practically every area in California, appointed by the commission, who can help the filmmaker see the execution through. So this is something that is a crux and the first step when you're looking at, having a single window clearance. Sorry, the presenter. Okay. So I covered this already, but the main three objectives of a film commission would be obviously to implement benefits, come up with schemes that are beneficial not only for international filmmakers, but also to the local filmmakers. And many times, I think this is a beautiful thing. Film commissions have something called the cultural test. So if your movie is shot in a certain ethnicity, or, say, in a particular state, you could gain more benefit out of it. I'm going to whiz through this and we'll have questions on this, but these could be the various types of benefits that a film commission could give. Maybe from a state level, you could even have different categories for a local filmmaker or an Indian filmmaker, and then, as you go, you could have a different scheme for international filmmakers. It's really up to the economic model and the business model that works for you. So I won't say all of this is great. It's really what fits the state and the overall, finance policy. So I'm going to now look at the benefits of having showcasing a location and how that really benefits film tourism. That's what the panel is about. And make no question about it that Life of Pi actually had a direct impact on Taiwan's tourism. I mean, the numbers are there for you to see. What's really unfortunate is I don't think India really exploited it. Most of the, initial scenes of the movie were shot in Pondicherry. We did hear a lot about a campaign and stuff like that, but I don't think that had so much of resonance. But Taiwan made sure that their incentive and benefits that were offered really benefited their own country. Moving on to Singapore, again, the annual Indian tourist traffic to Singapore rose leaps and bounds because of a movie like Krish. And I don't see why an international film, if shot in India, can't have a similar effect, if our film can do so well there. Similarly, I mean, this is a case study. I would say this is the genesis of film tourism across the world, and it was by a man who never even thought of it. The late Mr. Yash Chopra shot many of his films in Switzerland. And it's very interesting to know that in Switzerland, all you need is a pass that's issued by the government, and if a filmmaker has that pass, everybody cooperates with the filmmaker and makes it possible for the shoot to happen no matter where the filmmaker goes. This is another example of New York City. A lot of panelists spoke about it. So when we're talking about incentives, it's normally tailor-made to the state's needs. And you would see in the case of New York, there are different levels of incentives to suit everybody's requirements. And that's something that every state should focus on, because you want to attract independent filmmakers, you want to attract large productions, you basically want to boost production in your city. So you're not, of course we're here to boost Telangana and its local filmmakers, but what you really want is have a global infrastructure and a global mechanism to attract all kinds of productions, be it film, television or digital. And like I spoke earlier, I think the most important thing in this slide is exchange of cultural and technological expertise. I will be covering this later, but there are certain countries in Asia Pacific that did not have any production expertise, but because they attracted probably a large production from Hollywood, the local skills really got upped. I mean, imagine if, you know, the next Avatar or a next Spider-Man has to shoot in Telangana. Can you imagine the amount of technical exchange that can happen? Can you imagine how much your IT hub can get exploited? I mean, and of course, marketing follows after that. Another great example is The Amazing Spider-Man. What's very interesting in this is it impacted every section of society, from the hotels to catering, to local labor, infusing money, of course, tourism, because it was New York. I'm sorry, could you, yeah. Same for Fast and Furious. This is very interesting. Most of us think that, you know, of course, it's it's cultural exchange. Let's call them for the Charminar. Let's call them for this. But what other states in the US have done is try to create infrastructure and facilities where they can create international scenes. This is very beneficial for an international filmmaker. If you're looking at a US filmmaker or any Hollywood filmmaker or producer being interested in India, we have to keep in mind that it's a very, very long flight. It's a lot of money that they invest, of course the labor that follows. So you want to create a city, a media city, a tourism platform where you create different sets. And what's really beautiful is the state then, after the film is completed, can actually create tourism programs around it. So I'm sure that if you go to Georgia now, there would be a tourism program around Fast and the Furious and the Abu Dhabi penthouse. So that's what we're really looking at from a long-term vision. Of course, being locally competitive. This would definitely happen in India or in Telangana once we see a rollout of an incentive program. But this is very pertinent to understand, because globally when film commissions launch a particular film tax incentive, so California started off with $100,000, they realized that there was a lot of competition from Vancouver. Various other states in US and the rest of the world became competitive. So what they did is had their ear to the ground and increased their benefit. And today they even have a facility where you can get incentives based on the amount of jobs that a filmmaker would be employing if that production shot in that place. So I think that's great. So the whole job factor can also be looked at when you're looking at incentives. The more people you employ in the local state, the more benefits you get. Coming to New South Wales, this is again a very interesting example. When The Great Gatsby shot, they really did not have a lot of local technical expertise, but the government supported through a grant. And the funding resulted in two things. A lot of local labor got technically trained. There was a lot of infusion from the production company, whereby your local technical companies benefited. So they upgraded their skills. I think when you're looking at a single window clearance mechanism, a film commission and film tourism, it's very important, along with content and creativity, that you also look at local labor. If you don't have labor, why would somebody, in spite of your clearances, come and shoot in your state? Similarly, that's the numbers that we saw for Sydney when the government supported the Wolverine. They're huge. Gone Girl in Missouri. Missouri was a state which never had, it's a negligible tourist spot. But the production earned $7 million even before the movie released, because whichever location that they created in the film, the state created that kind of infrastructure, and tourism programs were woven even before the film release. So that's the magic that a film can give a particular location. I'll quickly go to the next slide, which is the roadmap for Telangana. So the first thing, what we believe is you simplify, you incentivize, and you promote. And that's really the roadmap that we're looking at, that we, I'm not really going to read the slide, but it's for everybody to realize that it is not easy. It's not an easy process. So I think as a state, the first thing is to have a very robust policy, a digital media policy, which combines tourism whenever a film is shot by a local filmmaker, an Indian filmmaker, or an international filmmaker. And then really after you simplify the whole process, put in place a single window clearance system, how do you then move to tourism? Of course, tourism can come in immediately, but you don't want to have bad reviews without your system in place. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lohita ji. Your presentation really gave good insights with clear examples how it really got benefited. In fact, we are government of Telangana is definitely looking for the single window clearance for film shooting and then other incentives. In fact, few days back, Telugu Film Chamber of Commerce, they gave a representation to us asking for these special things, and we are also actively considering them. We are aware of the benefits when a shoot is made, then a film is already released and it became a successful production, how tourist inflow increases. In fact, when we go to many places nowadays, nobody tells about the history. They tell this is where Shah Rukh Khan shot, or this is where this film was shot. That's what they say. They're forgetting the history. In a way, it is bad, but in a way, it is connecting with people. Even the most historical places, the people are no more connecting with the old histories, old these things. This is where this movie was made. This is where that film was shot. So, in a way, it's unfortunate, but something is get connected. Then later you can definitely expand that memory fast into the past history also, definitely. So we will come back to your, if you are available for Q&A, it will be good, but we'll see depending on your time. Now I'll ask Supriya ji to give her opinion on this.
Thank you very much. While I agree with Lohita about tourism having to be the last stretch in this process, I think the Indian film industry, especially us sitting in Hyderabad as a regional market, we are faced with some, there are some challenges, and we should, I think, acknowledge that there are certain challenges. A script, a film, or a television series, or whichever project, first gets based on the script itself. We can't drive the script to become something else because there is going to be a benefit for tourism. The only other benefit I see for a filmmaker is that if it is monetary. Otherwise, filmmakers tend to, they will do anything to get what that particular script requires. So I just feel that if with the digital space and technology increasing, a film can be shot anywhere in the world today. Game of Thrones, we see 300 was shot in a floor about this size. So I think that our strength sitting in Hyderabad with a robust IT industry, a robust digital animation, virtual gaming space available is that. I think if we can link filmmaking to the technology that is available here, rather than say that we might be the first choice as a tourist destination, which hopefully we will be at some point, but I think we should play to our strengths. Our strengths being that we do have a mature enough film industry, which while it is mature enough, it is still young and is adaptable to change. We are only 40 years old here. We are not like the Mumbai industry. We are still very young. And we have the capacity to become the digital space and the shooting facility that for all of India, actually, for all of India and internationally. I think Ramoji has already experimented, the Film City has already experimented with that, and we were faced with some challenges where we felt that our skill sets were not developed enough. And I think if the government per se can come in with developing, helping, training we need to have skill sets because we are still very union driven. We are still very driven in a particular way, in very conventional working methods, which I would say that if I was a filmmaker coming in from anywhere in the world, I would be bringing in my set of, my team, which would include a cinematographer, include the art director, include the script writers. These are not negotiable. While these people need to be supported by trained people here, and if that is not available, no film is going to come here. So we have to find ways to incentivize them. Even if a Hindi crew is coming to Telangana to shoot, they have to be incentivized if they are using an local personnel. And I think government can actually play a very, very important role in the training and setting up of these facilities, sir. And we have seen, I think we can proudly say that between Ramoji, Annapurna, we have the best infrastructure that is available in the south of India. But we are faced with many challenges because we do not attract the international film community yet. We should get there, but while we say Switzerland, we are not green like Switzerland where we run there to shoot on their hilltops for theirs. You know, we're the uniqueness is different. If a film is set with the ruggedness of Telangana required, a film unit will come here regardless of what is provided. Yes, and then a single window clearance, having staff and personnel here and manpower that can actually work with an international team, all that will help. And I think tourism needs to definitely be seen as the last step to this. First is to help develop the existing media into a very strong space, and then we have to play to our strengths. Sir?
Thank you, Supriyaji. So what you have really covered is the practical aspects of this becoming a reality. I really appreciate, because these are very, very pertinent questions. Unless and until we get into these practical issues first, we are not going to achieve this dream as a reality. So, but seeing from the earlier presentation to yours, Dilraj, please come. Welcome onto the stage. I think Mr. Vivek Oberoi is. We will be happy if you can join us as a performer if you are around. Dilraj, please come. Please come. Some chair. One more chair. One more chair. One chair. Please come. Please come. Because we want a performer also to be amidst us to show what is film tourism and all. Yeah, please. Yeah. No, you are supposed to be here also. Yes. So, but the ease of doing business will always attract more business. If, as the first presentation said, if we have a clear set of locations where they are there and how it can be easily accessed, what are the local supports available. For suppose if I am a producer, I'll be happy to go to a place where it's easy to get processed, the applications and all, and then people, instead of me waiting in the line, if somebody is putting a red carpet, rolling out a red carpet, if I'm getting more or less same level of scenic, whatever I'm looking at, probably people will come in big number. So we'll overcome the difficulties, as Supriyaji said. We'll definitely go ahead and try to bring in more tourism, investment, and other shooting activity into the state, definitely. Thank you. And I request Mr. Rajiv, Ramoji Film City CEO, to give his presentation.
Call it the script of a fairy tale or a man-made wonder. The land of a million dreams beckons you. Welcome to Ramoji Film City. A splendid journey through ecstasy with several magical moments appearing in the form of incredible settings, serene ambience, great fun and entertainment, all with the true essence of celluloid that is pervading in every arena. Discover the thematic destination with magic of cinema at Ramoji Film City. In a country that loves films and holds them very close to heart, Ramoji Film City is a tribute to the love for silver screen, the passion to serve the world of celluloid, and the zeal to offer the best of film services saw the emergence of this mega complex, and it became the world's largest film-making complex, a glory that shines in the columns of the Guinness World Records. Here you discover the charms of a creative and a robust infrastructure that has witnessed thousands of films. This very association with cinema gave birth to a thematic fun and entertainment destination. Pioneering the concept of film-induced tourism in India, Ramoji Film City consistently lets tourists encounter something special and unique. From innumerable grand gardens and flamboyant fountains to thematic and make-believe film settings. Ramoji Film City draws lakhs of tourists annually. It is here where the favorite film stars danced and acted. And it is the same place where tourists relive cinema experiences. Ramoji Film City is a veritable destination with a plethora of entertainment options. While some of them allure younger ones with fun, thrill and adventure, others tickle the senses of an ardent cinema lover who had wished to see make-believe sets, live action and thrill shows. Ramoji Film City is a perfect backdrop of many film and TV productions. Superb sets mirroring the old world charms to the slick-looking contemporary urban sets have served as the authentic backdrop for all genres of production. Our facilities enable simultaneous shooting of several films on any given day. Around 200 film units come here every year for their celluloid endeavor. Nearly 2,000 films in Hindi and almost all the Indian regional languages have been shot at Ramoji Film City till date. Some of the films shot here include Hrithik Roshan starrer Krish 3, Salman Khan's Jai Ho, Shah Rukh starrers Chennai Express Ra.1. Linga of Rajnikant, Amitabh Bachchan starrer Sarkar Raj, and Golmaal before that. Availability and access to complete film production paraphernalia at Ramoji Film City is ideal even for long-haul complex productions. The most talked about production being Rajmouli's multilingual magnum opus Bahubali, which had a more than a year-long shooting schedule at Ramoji Film City. Ramoji Film City promises a splendid filmmaking experience, conceived to be cost-efficient, comfortable, comprehensive and professional.
I thought that I can talk less, let everybody visually see it. Thank you for inviting. Ramoji Film City, last 20 years is taken a mission in film tourism. We service about 200 films a year, and we do cater about 1.5 million visitors who come to look at what happens behind the screen and experience films, film area, film destination, and we have promised the government that we'll keep on doing. To add few lines, as Supriya has already spoken about the technology and upgradation of the quality of technicians and train them up, I'll certainly request government to facilitate. Small pain that, as a tourism we are paying 36% tax, and the secretary has already promised that he will certainly seriously look into that, which will help the physical film tourism in the state and in the country. I'm very happy to announce here that one of our colleague organization, Aris India, is creating an international film festival in the month of September end, and Mr. Shobhan Roy, the chairman of the group, is here. He'll probably give more details later to all of you, but I'm very proud that all of you are invited to be a part of it. Thank you very much, and looking forward to have you at the Film City. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Rajivji. Everybody knows about Ramoji Film City brought to Hyderabad. Now, at least on film tourism side, we are definitely proud that the biggest studio in the world is in Hyderabad, and the number of employment, the number of employment it created, and the movies it is servicing, and the overall economy which is brought in is everybody's knowledge. So more such endeavors will bring in more of investments, employment, and also name and fame to the place. So the technological advantage which Hyderabad enjoys as IT capital of India, rubbing shoulders with Bangalore, will definitely go a long way. Now, with skill set, which Ramoji Film City also is trying to build in through their film institute, plus the opportunity to showcase their talent in various movies. For example, for many doctors, when they want to become good doctors, some of the private colleges people are struggling for the patients, whereas government medical colleges are doing better because there's the patients which they come to get treated will give them that clinical material. In fact, for us, we are a patient, but for them, we are only clinical material. So the more clinical material, the better doctor will come out of the college. Same way, we may give them some technical input through theory, but unless we have a training ground to nurture that skill, to talent that skill, they cannot become greater technicians. So that's what Ramoji Film City is offering through serials, through movies, through various other media. So that is one good example we have. Now I request Vivek Oberoi to give his thoughts as a performer. He's one of the finest actors we have in India. So what he feels, how as an actor he is contributing, how films will contribute to the well-being of the society around, apart from providing entertainment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate IIFA and FICCI for this incredible conclave. I think these kind of interactions take a lot of things forward, open a lot of doors, open a lot of windows of opportunity. I do believe that the Hyderabad is a fantastic place for a thriving and booming film industry. And when many years ago we heard about Ramoji Film City coming up, nobody thought it would be successful. Everybody thought it would fail because how can you have such a big project? How would people pay for it? It's never been done before. And then after that, I had the good fortune of working there myself. I came to Hyderabad, I stayed here. I was born in Hyderabad. Hyderabad lo puttano. So I did Rakta Charitra here in Ramoji Film City. I shot Rakta Charitra here. I shot Prish 3 here as Karl. And my experience was incredible. I mean, just the infrastructure that they were providing, just the amount of trained local talent that they were providing, it's amazing. And I don't think the day is far. I mean, if genuinely, and this government seems to be a very positive government, very supportive government. So I think with people like KTR, in the political fray, being so supportive, I mean, I've had chats with Ramanna, and he seems like, young blood. He has his father's vision, but what I like about him is that he looks at each industry with a very different perspective of how can I support this? How can I let this blossom even further? And I think that that's going to happen here. And very soon I feel that, where people believe that Bollywood or Mumbai is the film capital of India, Hyderabad can be equal or even better, in my opinion, with the infrastructure that's coming up here. And not only the infrastructure, but the amount of talent that's coming up here. I mean, if anybody had the arrogance of mainstream movie or regional movie that was shattered by, a film like Bahubali, which made everybody unanimously stand up and clap and appreciate it. People were intimidated by the scale and the magnitude of the film and the phenomenal success across geographical lines, across languages, across borders. And that came from here, that came from Hyderabad. So I do believe that the potential is phenomenal, and I also believe that films and tourism are deeply linked. The amount of, if you look at the data, since Yash Chopra started shooting films in Switzerland, the amount of people that went for their honeymoon to Switzerland is crazy. If you just look at the numbers of Indian tourists going for honeymoons to Switzerland, and if you ask them why they picked Switzerland, is because the image of Switzerland came from the fact that it was Yash Chopra movies, romance movies, love movies. So that way films have a deep impact in terms of tourism. And if you look at economically, tourism creates roughly, if you look at a dollar-to-dollar comparison, creates roughly about 7 jobs. If you look at the percolation of the dollar invested in tourism, it's phenomenal in comparison with anything else. And people are starting to realize that. Rajasthan has been a huge success story in the same way. People wondered why would anybody go into the desert. And suddenly you started having cultural experiences there. Today, people from Andhra Pradesh are booking hotels in Jaisalmer and going and having a wedding, so many kilometers away. They will fly, they'll take a train, and they'll drive. They'll go through all that hardship because it's been marketed and packaged so brilliantly. So I do believe that films are a very effective tool in terms of tourism and should be leveraged. And hats off to Ramoji Rao for doing what nobody in Mumbai, no government in the whole country has been able to do. They have managed to do here. And for that, hats off to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek, for your good opinion about Hyderabad and its capability of becoming film capital of the India, and also we are on the way to become one of the regional powers to global power in terms of film tourism. So, as an actor, you have done many films here and somewhere in other parts of the world also. So your word carries a lot. Half the natural local talent is able to bring in good film, the quality of film which everybody is trying to make. So now I request Mr. Dilrazu is now we should call him a child prodigy in terms of experience. Probably he is very young in terms of film production, but he is one of the most successful producers of Telugu industry. So though he is 10 years old in the industry, but he has scaled maybe one of the greatest heights of as a film producer. So we really look up to him, how he is going to change the film production and then bringing in more film tourism, film related incomes to the state. So I request Mr. Dilrazu to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks first is a government of Telangana, because ఇవాళ మనకు ఈ అవార్డ్ ఫంక్షన్ హైదరాబాద్లో పెట్టడం is a great achievement in the South India film awardని హైదరాబాద్ తీసుకురావడం, and I congrats FICCI and IIFA. So everyone knows today Hyderabadలో మనకు ఆల్మోస్ట్ సౌత్ ఇండియన్ ఫిలిం షూటింగ్స్ అన్ని ఆల్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ హైదరాబాద్లో జరుగుతున్నాయి. ఇట్స్ ఎ ఫ్రెండ్లీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ హైదరాబాద్ ఫర్ షూటింగ్స్. And recently I spoke to Mr. Venkateshan Garu about is a single window shooting permission. So adi mostly is a some days lo they will confirm. So is a India lo is a first time is a single window is a now is a in US lo ela aitundo they are planning like that. So any language shooting in Hyderabad is easily you make in shooting in roads or government offices, any government properties. So is easily shooting chesukodaniki they are approval. And last year is only Telugu movies 175 movies made. So today is South Indian almost is 700 movies is 4 languages. So today is Telangana government, they are giving so many opportunities for shootings. And they are planning one in 2000 acres one is a film city. So definitely is a years low. So for films is a extraordinary opportunity is there. Is a technical side is today is a Ramoji Film City, is Annapurna Studios and Ramanite Studios. They are doing the film schools also. So in shortly some years we'll look forward. So great opportunity in Hyderabad for shootings. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj Garu. So, basically what we wanted to cover in this session is how films can bring in more opportunities for the youngsters, for the economy, and also for the place. Once the place is known, investments will come, people will come. So that will bring the total economic landscape of this place. So we have heard American Motion Pictures presentation by Lohita. Then we have heard one of the oldest studios, Annapurna Studios CEO speaking to us. Then the biggest studio in the world, Ramoji Film City CEO speaking to us. One of the finest performers, actors of India, Vivek was speaking about it. And the most successful producer, Mr. Razu was also speaking about this. So Hyderabad and Telangana has the potential to become the capital of film production in India. And government of Telangana is committed to bring in all those required changes, whatever is required. Because we are the place where north meets south. We are the place where east meets the west. We are the place where any part of the world, they can live very comfortably. That's why we call, in tourism I have been telling, visit Telangana, visit Hyderabad for all reasons and all seasons. So any season, it's fine. If you see any other part of the world, some seasons are very difficult to go. Some set of people can't live in that place because they're too cold, or too hot, or too allergic. Or some other problems will be there. But Hyderabad is one place where everybody can live happily. And all kinds of natural talent can come up in this place. So more incomes flowing in, more visitors coming in, more technical colleges, schools coming in. Definitely in times to come, Hyderabad will become the capital of film production, film tourism, and with the support of all the people concerned, and government of Telangana will be definitely working as a catalyst. We will be facilitator. We are not here to dominate them, to dictate them or demand them. We are here as a facilitator and a catalyst to nurture the talent and the good things happening around the world. So we hope things will go well for the film tourism in Telangana and Hyderabad. Thank you very much. With this, we'll close, and if any Q&A are there, we will be welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, because of tight schedules, we might not be able to take questions, but all our speakers will be available offline. Can we please have a loud round of applause for all our panelists here? Each one of them coming in with their own expertise, with their own knowledge area, and sharing the same with us. Please be seated. We will now move forward with our valedictory session. Young Turks, the future of our entertainment industry. Vivek, please be seated. You'll have to be joining us in the next session. I'll again call you on stage in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, our valedictory session titled Young Turks, the future of our entertainment industry. Let us talk to the young and upcoming icons of the Indian entertainment and find out what they feel about the future of this industry. May I please invite on stage Mr. Viraf Feroz Patel. Mr. Viraf Patel is from Pune. He won the title of Grassam Mr. India 2005. He's been a sailor in the Merchant Navy for about 5 years, calls himself a closet writer. He has recently launched a Parsi connectivity app called Apro. Can we please welcome Viraf with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Viraf, for joining us. May we also invite once again Vivek Oberoi. We just had him in our previous session, one of the finest actors of Indian cinema. He made his film debut with Ram Gopal Verma's company in 2002. Thank you, Vivek, for joining us. We also have with us Mamta Mohandas, an Indian film actress and playback singer. And may we also invite Shreya Saran, both these lovely ladies to join us. Mamta Mohandas, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen her in Malayalam films, Telugu and Tamil productions. She's won 2 Filmfare Awards for Best Female Playback Singer in Telugu and for Best Actress in Malayalam in 2010. Shreya Saran acted in Telugu, Tamil and Hindi languages, made her debut in 2001 with Telugu film Ishtam, followed by Santosham, Shivaji, Avarapan, Midnight's Children, Manam, among many others. So we now would like to hand over the session to Viraf. Viraf, please take it over from here. Thank you.
Ladies, do we have your permission to sit? May Vivek and me sit? Okay, fine. This given us their permission. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the last session, the valedictory session. I would like you all to raise an applause for yourselves for making this an awesome day. Thank you for being here, making this an interesting day. Raise your hand for yourselves. Thank you. We will do some erratic stuff in this session, I promise you, because it's Young Turks. Yeah? And we will start with a selfie with an audience. That's what youth is mostly known to do for. Yeah? Let's. And you're all going to be a part of this picture, so please smile. Come on. Nobody applauds a selfie, but we'll still say, come on, give us a round of applause. We took a picture with all of you. Okay, Console, we have a mic for the audience, for audience questions. We have a mic ready. So usually this is what happens. We call interesting people on stage. They talk a lot of interesting things. And then the audience asks interesting questions. Here's what we're going to turn it all around with. We're going to start with the audience. All right? So is there somebody from the audience who has something to ask this lovely panel? I see a young strapping lad who has a point of view to put out there. Young Turk. Hi, start with introducing yourself. What is your name?
Yeah, I'm Vinay Kumar from Hyderabad, sir.
Okay.
I'm a student in IICG College.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Vivek Oberoi, sir. I just want to ask you a question, sir. Can we expect a role like Chandu in company in the future films of yours?
It's so interesting that you asked me that question. Firstly, thank you. Thank you for all your appreciation. But this year I turned producer, and Company 2 is on the cards.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's good to hear, sir.
So it's really exciting, and it's kind of poignant that you asked that question right now, but yeah.
And I like the character because I never saw you like Vivek Oberoi rather than Chandu.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was the idea. The idea was to try and transform into a character. The quick funny story, when I came to audition for the film, I came in typically well-dressed, clean-shaven, with a little bit of a portfolio of shots to present to Mr. Ram Gopal Verma. And he looked at me and said, "You can't play this character." So I said, "Why?" He said, "He's a gangster, he has to be scruffy, he has to be rough, he has to be tough, he has to look like the underbelly of, Mumbai gang world." And it was interesting because I requested him to give me, 10 days, 15 days. And I actually rented a kholi, which is more like a slum, like a hutment in a slum. And I actually stayed there for about 2 weeks and decided to study the language, the way people dress, the way people talk, transformed myself and dressed up like that and came into Ramoji's office. I was smoking a beedi with pictures in my hand and everything, and I walked into his office and started talking like Chandu. And he smiled, of course, and that's how I got signed for the film.
And,
when I did Midnight Children, I went to meet Deepa wearing my tight-fitted pencil skirt and shirt and high heels. So she looked at me, she's like, "Do you even know what character you're playing? It's Parvati, she lives in slums." So she made me go visit a slum every day, literally like every second day. And I had to write an email to her as to what I felt and what I saw. And then a workshop, and most of the days dress up like one of the characters that I saw at the slum.
That's interesting. So this brings us to this.
Well, you're a better actor than I am. I accept it. No, I didn't stay overnight.
Okay, I'm sure there are moving on. Let's come to the point. I want to ask this to each one of you on the panel. There are a lot of youngsters in the audience. They want to know how to get into the industry and what does it really take, like your episode. How many of us want to become an actor in this room? Raise of hands. There's one here. Okay, 6 people want to know how to become. How many of us want to become writers or filmmakers, producers? Who wants to tell a story? Okay, that's quite a... So, Vivek...
Sir, she didn't mean tell a story to your wife why you weren't missing. She didn't mean that. She meant like a film story.
Okay, your take on all of those who want to be part of storytelling, entertainment, acting. What does it take to make it here?
The only thing you need to remember if you need to make it in the world of movies is that there is no one way. You have to create your own way. You have to make your own mark. When I came back from New York after doing my master's in film, and I thought, now I've done my master's in film, I've got all these certificates, I've got all this experience, and I should get work like this. And my dad, of course, like there's a typical tradition in Bollywood that second generation is always launched like a rocket. Every son is given a launch pad. And he was making a film with me with Abbas Mustan, and everything was about to go on floor. And I had this crisis of conscience where I felt that, how do I really know it's me? How do I really know it's my talent? How do I really know it's not just my dad and his years of experience in the industry or his relationships? And I actually bowed out of that project. I actually bowed out of the film production that my dad was going to do to launch me. And I struggled for a year and a half after that without using his name.
I think that calls for an applause. It's really inspiring to know this. We didn't know this.
I'm not really doing it to, in terms of an applause. I mean, it happened many years ago, 12, 13 years ago. But after that, I went through a series of rejection. And that's the most important part. I went through, in India, the one thing that you get free is unwanted advice. Everybody's ready to advise you.
Ironically, that's also what we are doing right now to them.
No, this is not unwanted advice. This is something that you can use. So every time someone tells you that, "Arey yaar, why do you want to be an actor?" or "Your face doesn't have this," or "Your voice doesn't have that," or "You shouldn't be an actor." Huh? Do you have an
Say that
Indian
with the
face?
Shreya, use the mic.
So exactly. So stuff like that, and I had.
Okay,
all the
which
people
was the most
advising me.
weird reason for rejecting you that you came across in that phase?
So many. I mean, you're too tall, you're too fair looking, you're too dark looking, you have a very heavy voice. So a lot of things I heard. But the one thing I realized is that you got to carve it out and you got to make it on your own, man. And the more people tell you you can't do it, the more you got to strengthen your resolve saying, I will. And if you do that, then you're going to carve your own dream out in the piece of sky. Nobody can stop you.
Very nice, very nice. Shreya, over to you. What does it take to get in here?
I think first of all it's really important, but I'm really lucky that when I started working I was really young. And I got to experience different languages and different cultures really early. It was beautiful because then you're just working hard. I wasn't really thinking, but today when I look back and I look back at all the films that I've done, it's really important that for a newcomer to understand why you want to be in films. That why should be very clear in your head. It's, do you want to really tell a story? Does it feel beautiful when you connect with the character? Because when you tell a story, you relate to someone's life. They will remember that story. Do you enjoy that whole experience? Because if you enjoy it, it will give you that spirit to go on. Because people might tell you if you want to be an actor, they'll tell you, oh, but you don't look good. Oh, but you look too good. Oh, but you're fat. Oh, but you're thin. But it doesn't matter. If you believe in yourself and if your intentions are right, you will do it. Again, the same goes for being a director. I worked with directors who actually were scientists and then they left that and became directors. I've worked with actors who were basically in a proper job and they left that and became actors. So the list of these people who left whatever they were doing and came back to what they believed in is endless. But when you want to do something, make sure you have the right reason for it. I think that's the most important thing.
Very nice. Mamta, over to you.
Finally,
she says, why?
Finally you ask Mamta because she was coming across as a silent movie actress right now.
Silent movie actress. No, thankfully, in due time. Mamta, what does it take?
I think silence crosses boundaries the most.
But you have a very interesting story of how the entertainment industry happened to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think like most successful actors, I call myself successful because I feel I'm a successful human being more than anything else. I've been in the industry for about 10 years now, and I was not an aspiring actress. I have bumped into many people who have never had a dream to act, but did end up, just like Shreya mentioned, accidental actors. They've been aspiring to be, probably bankers, several different professions, and they just end up being actors. Now, how did they, yes, the want to become an actor is probably there silently in many people. I've met several successful, multi-millionaire business, venture capitalists. I've met so many doctors who secretly have this urge within themselves to express themselves, right? So cinema is a beautiful method to express yourselves. And it's also an area where free expression is welcomed, unless you're in a country like India, where I think we do have a very different way of telling our stories, and that is, it's got a lot to do with keeping people believed in this we are kind of conditioning people to believe in fantasies. I feel if there are any aspiring actors or filmmakers or people who have already written stories out here, I would urge you to move Indian cinema towards real storytelling, where there is truth. Now, about wanting to become an actor, why I personally feel that accidental actors do better in this business is because I think we think a little lesser. We're a little lesser eccentric than people who want to become actors. I live in Los Angeles. Yeah, we're more intuitive. We kind of use our heart more. We go with the flow. Now, if the film's going to bomb, it's not going to affect us to the level that it's going to affect a person who's, put 5 years in that preparation to choose that one movie, and then he finally does it, and it goes down. We just keep working. So I remember the first 3 or 4 years, and I was sharing my story with Viraf. I did not even think what I was doing when I entered. I was not even familiar with the differences in languages or culture between, what happens in Malayalam industry, Tamil, Telugu. We're so diverse. And the only thing that I felt would unify my country was having one language, because I'm a voracious viewer of Hollywood cinema. And I feel one thing that unifies that country is their language. And that is what unites Hollywood movies with the world. So we as Indians watch every single Hollywood movie that comes out here, don't we? So I feel, the IIFA also coming here, one of the most exciting stories that I had to tell was, it's amazing to be a part of this, because I feel 5 to 10 years down the line, at some point, I would hope, at least this is promising hope, that we would be united with one language. Our industries would marry each other. And we were also discussing outside that, different industries, we don't know the differences between, honestly, Malayalam industry, like Malayalam industry where I'm from, I'm a native of Kerala, we don't listen to Telugu music. We do not watch Telugu films unless they're dubbed into our language and shown on our televisions, So there's so much difference between these southern states itself. So now we're talking about merging southern industry with Bollywood, so that we can have one beautiful Indian industry.
Exactly. So now, going to the context of this discussion, which is the future of the industry, before we go to the future, I want to ask you all about the present. What are the things you love about the present, and what are the things you don't like about the present? From a southern film industry, Vivek, we come to you to talk about Bollywood as well, but what's your take? What are the things you like about the present, and what you don't like? It would be nice if you use a mic, yeah.
I'll tell you what I don't like, and I said this yesterday as well. India is the only country where our currency is actually printed in 17 languages, which means if you look at a note, it is actually in 17 languages. And it's interesting. I'm saying it again because a lot of people don't even notice that, don't even look at that. Now, what I understand there's a practical reason behind it, but what breaks my heart sometimes is that I'm sitting with my friends who do Tamil films and me as well, and you don't really know anything about Bengali cinema, which includes me as well. People in Bombay don't know anything about Telugu, and Telugu is hard, sometimes don't know anything about Kannada. So there is a big we don't know much about each other's industries. So India, we need a festival, a film festival. We celebrate each other's films. At least we spend time getting to know about each other's films, because films also talks a lot about each other's cultures, each about language, talks about the flavor of the people. It's important, not just because of that, because for films, it's important that you teach know each other's talent.
Knowing each other's existence.
Well, that's what I don't like. And what I like is that we're making some beautiful films. Like I thought Talwar was fantastic. And it was just telling the truth like what she was saying. So I think we're also moving in that direction.
That brings us to an interesting point. How many in the audience have watched Talwar? Okay. That's quite a few people. Bajirao Mastan? Okay. Bahubali? Okay. That was obvious. Why did I even ask? Your take.
Okay, so what I hate and what I love about the industry today or the present day is that I'm a part of transformation and that I'm also caught up in the transformation, right? So I think this is a huge beginning of change. Change in India in every respect. I think we're facing change in India in every respect, politically, economically, several areas, and that is also going to affect the way we tell our stories. So I think change is one of the biggest things that I kind of secretly hate and I also do love. I'm happy that we are able to set a milestone by speaking about it and promise, something for the future generations, because we are experiencing that change. And over 10 years and 12 years, we are really experiencing it, and we know how much the industry has changed in the last 10 to 12 years as well. So it is, it's a debatable question, what you hate and what you love. But
which is exactly what we're doing.
Exactly what we're doing right now. So.
Shreya, you just hate using the mic, don't you?
Yeah. She's talking.
Usually everybody likes Shreya so much that they're all close to her, so they don't need a mic to hear it. Yeah, come on. It would be nice if you use the mic.
I'm saying, I think going forward, Mamta, adding to what you were saying, I think it'll be more dub films, dub cinema. So, because I think every industry will be making beautiful films, and it'll be just smarter to watch the way.
But Bahubali made a start.
Bahubali started the trend, I think. Yeah.
It takes that one film to. Vivek, Sarji, what do you think? Or what's your take on the present? What do you like and what do you dislike on the present?
Well, see, I don't really believe in hating or disliking anything because it's a state of being. If something is a certain way, you can sit and cry about it and crib about it and criticize it till the cows come home. But the way I look at life is get up, change it. Be disruptive. I was at a conclave like this in Delhi a few years ago, and somewhere in the back was one guy who asked for a mic and mentioned something. He was a Kannada filmmaker, never made a film before, wanted to make a film, wanted to have an idea, had an idea, loved it, didn't know how to come forward with it, and started talking to me about it. And I said, after this conclave, I want to meet you. I want to sit down and talk to you. Because what impressed me was that he went online. He used Facebook and created the first crowd-funded movie in India. Not a Hindi film, not a Telugu film, a Kannada film. And he went out with an idea which was so far ahead of its times from a conventional perspective. If you look at even Hindi or Malayalam, which does a lot of great... Sorry, what? Well, this was before Lunchbox. Yeah, so it's a film called Lucia. I don't think you've seen it, but you should see it.
Lucia, yes.
And it's one of the biggest hits of Kannada.
Yes,
and I actually flew to Bangalore to see the film because I was so blown with the idea that so many people became filmmakers. People contributed 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees and became filmmakers. And he actually gave them all profits. And in Kannada, it actually smacked all expectations and records. The film was made for a paltry, some 60, 70 lakhs or 80 lakhs. And it did a business of almost 10 crores. So, there are those stories. So you can sit about and mope around among your friends and be frustrated that, this doesn't allow people to come in and, it's a tight knit and it's a lobby, it's a this, it's a that. But after that, what happened? People like me started calling him up and chasing him and saying that, I want to do a film with you. I think you're really cool. I loved your movie. Rickshawalas went and watched his movie and enjoyed it. Everybody who tells you that this can't be done is just saying that because he's never done it before. So just go out there and change it. That's what I believe.
Yeah. So you're making a move as a producer. Now let's come to the next step. We've discussed the present. What is it that you want to change? How are you being the change?
Well, I always wanted to do films that I wanted to do. And I spent a lot of my early years of my career being respected or popular for the work I did. Then thinking, no, but if I don't do that, and I don't do that, and I don't do that, what everybody else is doing, I can't get to the next level. So I conned myself into believing that I have to do what everybody else does to fit in. I have to make a film like this whether I believe in it or not. I have to act in this kind of a film whether I believe in it or not. And I left my originality, which was what people appreciated me for in the first place, and tried to be something else. And then by the time I went into the spiral, I had a spate of,
Who pushes you to lose originality? The industry, the people around you?
I guess it's, you can blame everybody. You can blame an environment, you can blame the industry, you can blame the media hype around you, you can blame all those things. But the truth of it is, how much conviction do you have? There are people who still stand by their convictions. There are people who still, there is a Raju Hirani who still makes that film only once in every 3, 4, 5 years. He writes and writes and writes. At the end of the day, how long does it take you to write a script? But he believes in that degree of conviction, that degree of perfection, that he wants to make that film, despite the fact that today anybody, any studio in this country will say, here's 100 crores, please make a film for me. So it's the conviction. And I think now, when I had a spate of successes, life has been really good, and I realized, okay, I want to be able to compartmentalize my life. I want to be able to create that additional space for me as a producer, create an environment for me to empower the movies I like. I don't want to think about, अरे इसमें actor कौन आएगा? And इसमें heroine का role छोटा है तो अच्छा बड़ा face नहीं आ पाएगा, बड़ा star नहीं आ पाएगा. I don't want to be a proposal maker or a project maker. You know what I'm saying?
What do you want to be?
I want to make cinema. I want to tell the stories, like exactly what Shreya said in the beginning. Who wants to tell stories? Each of us wants to tell a story. Or I hear a story that should be told. Like I just told the story of the guy who made Lucia. I have nothing to do with the film. But I thought that's a story that people should know so that you get inspired. There are so many young people who want to be filmmakers in there. So I want to tell film stories, and that's what the idea of my company is going to be, to make all these really cool films.
More power to you. Mamta, what's the change you want to be? What's the change you want to see?
I think movies have great influences on people. I want to see stories being told differently, stories reflecting what's actually happening in the society, as opposed to conditioning people to believe that the same old is, has worked back then, is working now, and is going to work in the future. But that's not the truth of the world. I watch a lot of world cinema, so yes, there's a lot of, the truth is always hard to, digest. And our cinemas need to take people away from fantasies. I think that one step is going to move, it's going to change. Because, see, most of our masses that we see in India, even who go for movies like Bahubali and all those, even Bajirao Mastani that speaks about epic movies, epic stories, we have a huge mass which we call as the B and C centers, which is the mass. And you need to understand that they are not as highly educated, or their reasoning capabilities might not be as sophisticated or as futuristic as the people who go to multiplexes. So these are the people who get highly influenced by the films that we show them, and that kind of affects the way they nurture the future generations as well. I don't know if you're really buying my point here, but what I'm trying to tell you is it has a huge impact on educating the future generations. Especially South India, I think even in North India, there are so many states which are heavily dependent on, or so many regions which are heavily dependent on cinema alone as their, main stream or main form of entertainment. And they do, and these are the areas which have a high impact on, creating that imbalance in our economical situation. And so it's a huge thing, and I think cinema is an amazing portal or an amazing door through which you can open or change India to move to a futuristic, more realistic way, more in your face, direct way of seeing. Just like Vivek said, I think there are so many movies where I have wished, I could have done it differently, I could have done this one, I see myself in. So in the future, if I were to become a producer, the first thing I would think about is I want to make something which, I was not able to do back then. I want to make sure that, I don't give the, I'm not going to breach my director's or my creator's creativity or his writing skills to alter it to make sure that it's going to fit in.
So if you want to concise this in one thought, what would it be?
It's just going to be try to influence people in the right manner through cinema by speaking the truth and keeping it real.
Shreya, I'm so
Very well.
glad you're using the mic. Big round of applause for Shreya. She's using the mic finally.
Very well spoken. Somewhere I do agree with you, somewhere agree to disagree. Well, I feel there are films like 2013 which was dubbed in Hindi and did extremely well, and then there's Avatar and recently Star Wars, Jurassic Park. Those are the kind of films when dubbed in Hindi do extremely well, which also explains the point that cinema is a medium of escaping out of reality and which will never change, which will change maybe, I don't know, many years to come. Because for a lot of people, cinema will be that. What Mamta said was actually somewhere, it touched my heart, which is true. But I feel what we really need to do and how, what I feel needs to change is that script writing. Like I've done only, the films that I really enjoy are the films that I really enjoyed reading the script. And that boils down to writing and a writer. I think that is really important. It's important to give, especially in Hindi cinema, that we give it's due to the writers. I think we have beautiful writers in India. We've always had
So
great
what stops
novelists.
good writing from coming there? What do you
Well, I
think?
think we have great novelists, we have great storytellers, we've always had. But somewhere I feel now it's the time where we give them a little more importance than what is being given to them. Story needs to be the hero of the film. That's what I would like to see as a change in tomorrow's cinema. And I just hope that we don't lose hope in films like Talwar. And we keep making those kind of films, or Bajirao Mastan as well. I think those films, why I use these two different films, because Talwar I felt connected to that film. I felt angry, I've seen reality which I didn't know. It spoke to me. I didn't sleep for 2 nights, and I'm not joking when I said that. And Bajirao, just for the belief that a man had in a movie like that and spend so much time and money and making it into a reality. Or Bahubali, a film that touched everyone. It could be someone sitting in Himachal Pradesh or Kanyakumari or Calcutta or anyone, and everyone just connected to the grandeur. It's not about, for me, cinema is about connecting to that story, connecting to that moment, connecting to that character. As long as we can do that, and I'm sure we will be able to because we have lovely filmmakers in this country. I think that for me is the bright future of Indian cinema.
Awesome. So when we touched about script writing and good writing and fresh writing, usually that talks about fresh new writers coming, and the challenge that new writers face
It's actually
is
very
access to the filmmakers.
It's very complicated. There are a lot of ghost writers, and it's really hard for a lot of writers to.
So there is some good news
really
I would
make
like
it for
to
the longest
share with you potential producers and a new producer in the making, and whoever is wanting to write and produce, is that FICCI has started an initiative last year called Frame Your Idea, where they keep the producers in different rooms and writers can come in and take 10 minutes with each producer, pitch an idea and get out. And the next writer goes in.
That's
10 minutes and get out.
fantastic.
And the good news is that we had 8 producers last year, Dharma, Disney, Fox, and Phantom, and Sikya, Excel, Romp. And Disney has picked up a script, and Phantom has picked up a script. So there are fresh writers who've just got a chance to get access to these
I think
producers.
that's wonderful because otherwise it's really hard for a writer to.
So to close the plug, that we're doing this event again at Frame Your Idea at FICCI Frames, which is happening March 30th, 31st, 1st of April. Producer ji, aap bhi aiye. Or this time we have 16 producers and 17 if Vivek agrees to come and listen to pitches. So those of you who are wanting to write and bring your content over there, fresh writing, please, you're welcome. I'm going to close this with one last question. Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream. You have a dream for the future? Just in one line, that dream for the future.
I think my response to that is that I'm living my dream. I'm
That's
living
interesting.
it. I'm loving it. I'm living it.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Mamta.
My dream is to live in the moment and stay happy. And that goes with everybody, with everything they're involved with, and even with respect to cinema. Stay in the moment, be a part of change, own the moment, be proud of it.
I think it's very deep when you say that, because I don't know how many of us in the audience, and if you allow me to share, is that Mamta, while she continues to do what she does, is also dealing with a terminal illness, and she constantly fights back and comes back to live her dream. So we have to give our love and best wishes to she continues to do that. And when she says living the moment, it really means living the moment. Thank you for sharing that strength and that sentence with us, Mamta.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you.
Shreya.
That was very well said, babe.
You're saying the last thing before the session shuts, so say something nice.
It's
okay?
really funny. I was cleaning my cupboard, which my mom tells me to do every day, which I do once in 5 years. But I found this dance book where I used to write my toras, and at the back of it, I had this funny dream list. And I realized that it's beautiful to have a dream, but the value of dream changes. Like, then I could have never imagined me speaking here right now. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but enjoy every moment, travel, work hard, and make some lovely friends.
This was supposed to be for the future of the industry. However, we're going to take one question from the audience before we close this session. Do we have a question from the audience? No, you've already asked a question. Let's take the mic to that corner. Please introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Hi all, my name is Santosh. I'm from Hyderabad. So my question is to all the 4 young terrorists out there. So you people are actors,
Yes.
people act dedicated to your field. Do you have any iconic role that you want to perform, each of you? In the coming films, or you want to perform some films?
I didn't pick up. What was it?
The mic is with me. Iconic role.
Yeah,
Iconic role.
For suppose one of you want to do a Supergirl role.
To do a role which...
in future if possible.
Well, I'll, since the mic is with me, I'll answer. Well, when I came to the industry, I didn't know anything about acting. I think it was the best way of getting out of college. But as an actor, the beauty of telling a story and being an actor and living a life where you're enacting another character all the time is that you become that character. Until you become the character, you don't know if this was the ultimate character. And as in when you keep doing different characters, you start enjoying it. And today when I look back, when maybe 2 years, 3 years back, I would say Parvati for Midnight's Children was my favorite iconic character. This is the max. And then I did Drishyam and I felt that was the most beautiful character. But now tomorrow, I don't know what holds for me. I did Manam. I felt Manam was my best character. But I don't know what tomorrow holds for me. I don't know. So.
Mamta? Iconic character you'd like to play?
It's a hard one. I've always wanted to be a part of a film an epic movie, which is about, something similar to Bajirao Mastani. I've had that fantasy in my head all the time. So as much as I speak about, movies being real, there's so much beauty behind history. So I would honestly love to do an epic biopic film, like a biopic film, someone's biography or a dance film. Yeah. So I'm a musician, so I would obviously love to. I'm me the singer, the dancer.
This is how most films in the industry happen.
Out. And the producers.
We should do a film like this. Come on, let's do it. Let's make Bahubali. Come on. Vivek.
Producers here, director and filmmakers, all we need.
Vivek, your iconic.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it a little differently, buddy. There are no iconic roles that I want to do. I want to do roles and make them iconic.
Woo! Good one.
I'm so glad you're a producer also now. So glad. Please give me an iconic role to put. Yeah, give us all a role. Yeah.
Roll here.
On that rolling note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call this session to an end. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Mamta. Thank you, Shilpa, for tolerating us and being so patient with us while we were
Thank you,
not
Shilpa.
ending
Thank
this
you,
session.
Viraf, for doing such a great job.
Thank you. Let's come up for a photo.
What a roller coaster session this has been, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a loud round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Viraf. Thank you, Mamta, and thank you, Shreya. It's been a very invigorating day, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to share with you that we just got notified that Mr. Ramoji Rao of Ramoji Film City has been awarded the Padma Vibhushan. And what better day to receive the news than today. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much for joining us at the MEBC 2016. We wish to see you soon. Have a great evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure for me to be your host for today. Thank you very much for joining us.